Letter CL, Harriet to her mother. Where are you then, Mamma? They say at Geneva, which is such a long, long way off that one must ride 2 days, all day long, to reach you. Surely, Mamma, you don't intend to go round the world. My little papa is set out this morning for Etange. My little grandpapa is gone a-hunting. My little mamma is gone into her closet to write, and there is nobody with me but Pernette and the Frenchwoman. Indeed, Mamma, I don't know how it is, but since our good friend has left us, we are all scattered about strangely. You began first, Mamma. You soon began to be tired when you had nobody left to tease. But what is much worse since you are gone is that my little mamma is not so good-humored as when you were here. My little boy is very well, but he does not love you, because you did not dance him yesterday as you used to do. As for me, I believe I should love you a little bit still, if you would return quickly, that one might not be so dull. But, if you would make it up with me quite, you must bring my little boy something that would please him. To quiet him indeed would not be very easy, you would be puzzled to know what to do with him. Oh, that our good friend was but here now. For it is as he said, my fine fan is broke to pieces, my blue skirt is torn all to pieces, my white frock is in tatters, my mittens are no worth a farthing. Fare you well, Mamma, I must here end my letter, for my little mamma has finished hers and is coming out of her closet. I think her eyes are red, but I durst not say so. In reading this, however, she will see I observed it. My good mamma, you are certainly very naughty, to make my little mamma cry. P.S. Give my love to my grandpapa, to my uncles, to my new aunt and her mamma, and to everybody. Tell them I would kiss them all, and you too, Mamma, but that you are all so far of, I can't reach you. Letter Cly, Mrs. Orb to Mrs. Walmer. I cannot leave Lausanne without writing you a line, to acquaint you of my safe arrival here, not however so cheerfully disposed as I could wish. I promised myself much pleasure in a journey, which you have been too often tempted to take, but in refusing to accompany me, you have made it almost disagreeable. And how should it be otherwise? When it is troublesome, I have all the trouble to myself, and when it is tolerably agreeable, I regret your not being with me to partake of the pleasure. I had nothing to say, it is true, against your reasons for staying at home, but you must not think I was therefore satisfied with them. If you do, indeed, my good cousin, you are mistaken, for the very reason why I am dissatisfied is that I have no right to be so. I wonder you are not ashamed of yourself, to have always the best of the argument, and to prevent your friend from having what she likes, without leaving her one good reason to find fault with you. All had gone to rack and ruin, no doubt, had you left your husband, your family, and your little marmots in the lurch for 1 week. It had been a wild scheme, to be sure, but I should have liked you 100 times the better for it. Whereas, in aiming to be all perfection, you are good for nothing at all, and are only sit to keep company with angels. Notwithstanding our past disagreement, I could not help being moved at the sight of my friends and relations, who, on their part, received me with pleasure, or, at least, with a profusion of civilities. I can give you no account of my brother, till I am better acquainted with him. With a tolerable figure, he has a good deal of the formal air of the country he comes from. He is serious, cold, and I think has a surly haughtiness in his disposition, which makes me apprehensive for his wife, that he will not prove so tractable a husband as ours, but will take upon him a good deal of the lord and master. My father was so delighted to see me, that he even left unfinished the perusal of an account of a great battle which the French, as if to verify the prediction of our friend, have lately gained in Flanders. Thank heaven, he was not there. Can you conceive the intrepid Lord B would stand to see his countrymen run away, or that he would have joined them in their flight? No, never. He would sooner have rushed 1,000 times on death. But apropos of our friend, our other friend hath not written for some time. Was not yesterday the day for the courier to come from Italy? If you receive any letters, I hope you will not forget I am a party concerned in the news. Adieu, my dear cousin, I must set out. I shall expect your letters at Geneva, where we hope to arrive tomorrow by dinner time. As for the rest, you may be assured that, by some means or other, you shall be at the wedding, and that, if you absolutely will not come to Lausanne, I will come with my whole company to plunder Clarens and drink up all the wine that is to be found in the town. Letter Clay, Mrs. Orb to Mrs. Walmer. Upon my word, my dear, you have read me a charming lecture. You keep it up to a miracle. You seem to depend, however, too much on the salutary effect of your sermons. Without pretending to judge whether they would formerly have lulled your preceptor to sleep, I can assure you they do not put me to sleep at present. On the contrary, that which you sent me yesterday was so far from affecting me with drowsiness that it kept me awake all night. I bar, however, the remarks of that Argus your husband, if he should see the letter. But I will write in some order, and I protest to you, you had better burn your fingers than show it him. If I should be very methodical and recapitulate with you article for article, I should usurp your privilege. I had better, therefore, set them down as they come into my head. To affect a little modesty also, and not give you too much fair play, I will not begin with our travelers or the courier from Italy. At the worst, if it should so happen, I shall only have my letter to write over again, and to reverse it by putting the beginning at the latter end. I am determined, however, to begin with the supposed Lady B. I can assure you, I am offended at the very title, nor shall I ever forgive Saint Preux for permitting her to take it, Lord B for conferring it on her, or you for acknowledging it. Shall Eloisa Walmer receive Loretta Pisana into her house? Permit her to live with her. Think of it, child, again. Would not such a condescension in you be the most cruel mortification to her? Can you be ignorant that the air you breathe is fatal to infamy? Will the poor unfortunate dare to mix her breath with yours? Will she dare to approach you? She would be as much affected by your presence as a creature possessed would be at the sacred relics in the hand of the exorcist. Your looks would make her sink into the earth. The very sight of you would kill her. Not that I despise the unhappy Laura, God forbid. On the contrary, I admire and respect her, the more as her reformation is heroic and extraordinary. But is it sufficient to authorize those mean comparisons by which you debase yourself? As if in the indulgence of the greatest weakness, there was not something in true love that is a constant security to our person, and which made us tenacious of our honor? But I comprehend and excuse you. You have but a confused view of low and distant objects. You look down from your sublime and elevated station upon the earth and see no inequalities on its surface. Your devout humility knows how to take an advantage even of your virtue. But what end will all this serve? Will our natural sensations make the less impression? Will our self-love be less active? In spite of your arguments, you feel a repugnance at this match. You tax your sensations with pride. You would strive against them and attribute them to prejudice. But tell me, my dear, how long has the scandal attendant on vice consisted in mere opinion? What friendship do you think can possibly subsist between you and a woman, before whom one cannot mention chastity or virtue, without making her burst into tears of shame, without renewing her sorrows, without even insulting her penitence? Believe me, my dear, we may respect Laura, but we ought not to see her. To avoid her is the regard which modest women owe to her merit. It would be cruel to make her suffer in our company. I will go farther. You say your heart tells you, this marriage ought not to take place. Is not this as much as to tell you it will not? Your friend says nothing about it in his letter. In the letter which he wrote to me. And yet you say that letter is a very long one, and then comes the discourse between you and your husband. That husband of yours is a slyboots, and ye are a couple of cheats thus to trick me out of the news ye have heard. But then your husband's sentiments, methinks his sentiments were not so necessary, particularly for you who have seen the letter, nor indeed were they for me, who have not seen it. For I am more certain of the conduct of your friend from my own sentiments than from all the wisdom of philosophy. See there now, did I not tell you so? That intruder will be thrusting himself in, nobody knows how. For fear he should come again, however, as we are now got into his chapter, let us go through it, that it may be over, and we may have nothing to do with him again. Let us not bewilder ourselves with conjectures. Had you not been Eloisa, had not your friend been your lover, I know not what business he would now have had with you, nor what I should have had to do with him. All I know is that, if my ill fears had so ordered it that he had first made love to me, it had been all over with his poor head, for whether I am a fool or not, I should certainly have made him one. But what signifies what I might have been? Let us come to what I am. Attached by inclination to you, from our earliest infancy, my heart has been in a manner absorbed by yours. Affectionate and susceptible as I was, I of myself was incapable of love or sensibility. All my sentiments came from you. You alone stood in the place of the whole world, and I lived only to be your friend. Chalot saw all this and founded on it the judgment she passed on me. In what particular, my dear, have you found her mistaken? You know I looked upon your friend as a brother. as the son of my mother was the lover of my friend. Neither was it my reason, but my heart that gave him this preference. I should have been even more susceptible than I am had I never experienced any other love. I caressed you, in caressing the dearest part of yourself, and the cheerfulness which attended my embraces was a proof of their purity. For doth a modest woman ever behave so to the man she loves? Did you behave thus to him? No, Eloisa, love in a female heart is cautious and timid. Reserve and modesty are all its advances. It discloses by endeavoring to hide itself, and whenever it confers the favor of its caresses, it well knows how to set a value upon them. Friendship is prodigal, but love is avaricious and sparing. I confess indeed that too intimate connections at his age and mine are dangerous. But with both our hearts engaged by the same object, we were so accustomed to place it between us, that, without annihilating you at least, it was impossible for us to come together. Even that familiarity, so dangerous on every other occasion, was then my security. Our sentiments depend on our ideas, and when these have once taken a certain turn, they are not easily perverted. We had talked together too much in one strain to begin upon another. We had advanced too far to return back the way we came. Love is jealous of its prerogative and will make its own progress. It does not choose that friendship should meet it halfway. In short, I am still of the same opinion that criminal caresses never take place between those that have been long used to the endearing embraces of innocence. In aid of my sentiments came the man destined by heaven to constitute the momentary happiness of my life. You know, cousin, he was young, well-made, honest, complacent, and solicitous to please. It is true he was not so great a master in love as your friend, but it was me that he loved. And when the heart is free, the passion which is addressed to ourselves hath always in it something contagious. I returned his affections, therefore, with all that remained of mine, and his share was such as left him no room to complain of his choice. With all this, what had I to apprehend? I will even go so far as to confess that the prerogatives of the husband, joined to the duties of a wife, relaxed for a moment the ties of friendship. And that, after my change of condition, giving myself up to the duties of my new station, I became a more affectionate wife than I was a friend. But in returning to you, I have brought back 2 hearts instead of 1, and have not since forgot that I alone am charged with that double obligation. What, my dear friend, shall I say farther? At the return of our old preceptor, I had, as it were, a new acquaintance to cultivate. Methought I looked upon him with very different eyes. My heart fluttered as he saluted me, in a manner I had never felt before, and the more pleasure that emotion gave me, the more it made me afraid. I was alarmed at a sentiment which seemed criminal, and which perhaps would not have existed had it not been innocent. I too plainly perceived that he was not, nor could be any longer your lover. I was too sensible that his heart was disengaged, and that mine was so too. You know the rest, my dear cousin. My fears, my scruples were, I see, as well known to you as to myself. My unexperienced heart was so intimidated by sensations so new to it, that I even reproached myself for the earnest desire I felt to rejoin you, as if that desire had not been the same before the return of our friend. I was uneasy that he should be in the very place where I myself most inclined to be, and believe I should not have been so much displeased to find myself less desirous of it, as at conceiving that it was not entirely on your account. At length, however, I returned to you, and began to recover my confidence. I was less ashamed of my weakness after having confessed it to you. I was even less ashamed of it in your company. I thought myself protected in turn, and ceased to be afraid of myself. I resolved, agreeable to your advice, not to change my conduct towards him. Certainly a greater reserve would have been a kind of declaration, and I was but too likely to let slip involuntary ones, to induce me to make any directly. I continued, therefore, to trifle with him through bashfulness, and to treat him familiarly through modesty, but perhaps all this, not being so natural as formerly, was not attended with the same propriety, nor exerted to the same degree. From being a trifler, I turned a downright fool, and what perhaps increased my assurance was, I found I could be so with impunity. Whether it was your example that inspired me, or whether it be that Eloisa refines everything that approaches her, I found myself perfectly tranquil, while nothing remained of my first emotions, but the most pleasing yet peaceful sensations, which required nothing more than the tranquility I possessed. Yes, my dear friend, I am as susceptible and affectionate as you, but I am so in a different manner. Perhaps, with more lively passions, I am less able to govern them, and that very cheerfulness, which has been so fatal to the innocence of others, has preserved mine. Not that it has been always easy, I confess, any more than it is to remain a widow at my years, and not be sometimes sensible that the daytime constitutes but one half of our lives. Nay, notwithstanding the grave face you put on the matter, I imagine your case does not differ in that greatly from mine. Mirth and pleasantry may then afford no unseasonable relief, and perhaps be a better preservative than graver lessons. How many times, in the stillness of the night, when the heart is all open to itself, have I driven impertinent thoughts out of my mind, by studying tricks for the next day? How many times have I not averted the danger of a private conversation by an extravagant fancy? There is always, my dear, when one is weak, a time wherein gaiety becomes serious. But that time will not come to me. These are at least my sentiments of the matter, and what I am not ashamed to confess in answer to you. I readily confirm all that I said in the Elysium, as to the growing passion I perceived, and the happiness I had enjoyed during the winter. I indulged myself freely in the pleasing reflections of being always in company with the person I loved, while I desired nothing farther, and, if that opportunity had still subsisted, I should have coveted no other. My cheerfulness was the effect of contentment, and not of artifice. I turned the pleasure of conversing with him into drollery, and perceived that, in contenting myself with laughing, I was not paving the way for future sorrow. I could not indeed help thinking sometimes that my continual playing upon him gave him less real displeasure than he affected. The cunning creature was not angry at being offended, and if he was a long time before he could be brought to temper, it was only that he might enjoy the pleasure of being entreated. Again, I in my turn have frequently laid hold of such occasions to express a real tenderness for him, appearing all the while to make a jest of him, so that you would have been puzzled to say which was the most of a child. One day, I remember that you was absent, he was playing at chess with your husband, while I and the little Frenchwoman were diverting ourselves at shuttlecock in the same room. I gave her the signal, and kept my eye on our philosopher, who, I found by the boldness of his looks and the readiness of his moves, had the best of the game. As the table was small, the chessboard hung over its edge, I watched my opportunity, therefore, and without seeming to design it, gave the board a knock with a backstroke of my racket, and overturned the whole game on the floor. You never in your life saw a man in such a passion. He was even so enraged that, when I gave him his choice of a kiss, or a box in the ear by way of penance, he sullenly turned away from me as I presented him my cheek. I asked pardon, but to no purpose. He was inflexible, and I doubt not that he would have left me on my knees had I condescended to kneel for it. I put an end to his resentment, however, by another offense which made him forget the former, and we were better friends than ever. I could never have extricated myself so well by any other means, and I once perceived that, if our play had become serious, it might have proved too much so. This was one evening when he played with us that simple and affecting duo of Leo's Vado a morir ben mio. You sung indeed with indifference enough, but I did not, for just as we came to the most pathetic part of the song, he leaned forward, and as my hand lay upon the harpsichord, imprinted on it a kiss, whose impression I felt at my heart. I am not very well acquainted with the ardent kisses of love, but this I can say, that mere friendship, not even ours, ever gave or received anything like that. After such moments, what is the consequence of reflecting on them in solitude and of bearing him constantly in memory? For my part, I was so much affected at the time that I sung out of tune and put the music out. We went to dancing, I made the philosopher dance, we eat little or nothing, sat up very late, and though I went to bed weary, I only dosed till morning. I have therefore very good reason for not laying any restraint on my humor or changing my manners. The time that will make such an alteration necessary is so near that it is not worth while to anticipate. The time to be prudish and reserved will come but too soon. While I am in my 20s, therefore, I shall make use of my privilege, for when once turned of 30, people are no longer wild without being ridiculous, and your fine fault of a husband hath assurance enough to tell me already that I shall be allowed but 6 months longer to dress a salad with my fingers. Patience. To retort his sarcasm, however, I tell him I will dress it for him in that manner for these 6 years to come, and if I do, I protest to you he shall eat it. But to return from my ramble. If we have not the absolute command over our sentiments, we have at least some over our conduct. I could, without doubt, have requested of heaven a heart more at ease, but may I be able to my last hour to plead at its dread tribunal, a life as innocent as that which I passed this winter. In fact, I have nothing in the least to reproach myself with, respecting the only man in whose power it might be to make me criminal. It is not quite the same, my dear, since his departure. Being accustomed to think for him in his absence, I think of him every hour in the day, and to confess the truth, find him more dangerous in idea than in person. When he is absent, I am over head and ears in love. When present, I am only whimsical. Let him return, and I shall be cured of all my fears. The chagrin his absence gives me, however, is not a little aggravated by my uneasiness at his dream. If you have placed all to the account of love, therefore you are mistaken. Friendship has had part in my uneasiness. After the departure of our friends, your looks were pale and changed. I expected you every moment to fall sick. Not that I am credulous, I am only fearful. I know very well that a bad dream does not necessarily produce a sinister event, but I am always afraid lest such an event should succeed it. Not one night's rest could I get for that unlucky dream, till I saw you recover your former bloom. Could I have suspected the effects his anxiety would have had on me, without knowing anything of it, I would certainly have given everything I had in the world that he should have shewn himself when he came back so much like a fool from Villeneuve. At length, however, my fears vanished with your suspicious looks, your health and appetite having a greater effect on me than your pleasantries. The arguments these sustained at table, against my apprehensions, in time dissipated them. To increase our happiness our friend is on his return, and I am in every respect delighted. His return, so far from alarming me, gives me confidence, and as soon as we see him again, I shall fear nothing for your life, nor my repose. In the meantime, be careful, dear cousin, of my friend, and be under no apprehensions for yours. She will take care of herself, I will engage for her. And yet I have still a pain at my heart. I feel an oppression which I cannot account for. Ah, my dear, to think that we may one day part forever, that one may survive the other. How unhappy will she be on whom that lot shall fall? She will either remain little worthy to live, or lifeless before her death. You will ask me, to what purpose is all this vain lamentation? You will say, fie on these ridiculous terrors. Instead of talking of death, let us choose a more entertaining topic, and talk about your marriage. Your husband has indeed long entertained such a notion, and perhaps if he had never spoken of it to me, it would never have come into my head. I have since thought of it now and then, but always with disdain. It would be absolutely making an old woman of me. For, if I should have any children by a second marriage, I should certainly conceit myself the grandmother of those of the first. You are certainly very good to take upon yourself so readily to spare the blushes of your friend, and to look upon your taking that trouble as an instance of your charitable benevolence. For my own part, nevertheless, I can see very well that all the reasons, founded on your obliging solicitude, are not equal to the least of mine against a second marriage. To be serious, I am not mean-spirited enough to number among those reasons any reluctance I should have to break an engagement rashly made with myself, nor the fear of being censured for doing my duty, nor an inequality in point of fortune, in a circumstance where that person reaps the greatest honor to whom the other would be obliged for his. But without repeating what I have so often told you concerning my case of independency and natural aversion to the marriage yoke, I will abide by only one objection, and this I draw from those sacred dictates which nobody in the world pays a greater regard to than yourself. Remove this obstacle, cousin, and I give up the point. Amidst all those airs of mirth and drollery, which give you so much alarm, my conscience is perfectly easy. The remembrance of my husband excites not a blush. I even take pleasure to think him a witness of my innocence. For why should I be afraid to do that, now he is dead, which I used to do when he was living? But will this be the case, Eloisa, if I should violate those sacred engagements which united us? If I should swear to another that everlasting love, which I have so often swore to him? If my divided heart should rob his memory of what it bestowed on his successor, and be incapable without offending one to discharge the obligations it owes the other? Will not that form, now so pleasing to my imagination, fill me with horror and affright? Will it not be ever present to poison my delight? And will not his remembrance, which now constitutes the happiness of my life, be my future torment? With what face can you advise me to take a second husband, after having vowed never to do the like yourself, as if the same reasons which you give me were not as applicable to yourself in the same circumstances? They were friends, you say, and loved each other. So much the worse. With what indignation will not his shade behold a man who is dear to him, usurp his rights, and seduce his wife from her fidelity? In short, though it were true that I owed no obligation to the deceased, should I owe none to the dear pledge of his love? And can I believe he would ever have chosen me, had he foreseen that I should ever have exposed his only child to see herself undistinguished among the children of another? Another word, and I have done. Who told you, pray, that all the obstacles between us arise from me? In answering for him, have you not rather consulted your will than your power? Or, were you certain of his consent, do you make no scruple to offer me a heart exhausted by a former passion? Do you think that mine ought to be content with it, and that I might be happy with a man I could not make so? Think better of it, my dear cousin. Not requiring a greater return of love than I feel, I should not be satisfied with less, and I am too virtuous a woman to think the pleasing my husband a matter of indifference. What security have you then for the completion of your hopes? Is the pleasure he may take in my company, which may be only the effect of friendship? Is that transitory delight, which at his age may arise only from the difference of sex? Is this, I say, a sufficient foundation? If such pleasure had produced any lasting sentiment, is it to be thought he would have been so profoundly silent, not only to me, but to you, and even to your husband, by whom an eclaircissement of that nature could not fail of being favorably received? Has he ever opened his lips on this head to anyone? In all the private conversations I have had with him, he talked of nobody but you. In those which you have had, did he ever say anything of me? How can I imagine that, if he had concealed a secret of this kind in his breast, I should not have perceived him to be under some constraint, or that it would not, by some indiscretion or other, have escaped him? Nay, since his departure, which of us does he most frequently mention in his letters? Which of us is the subject of his dreams? I admire that you should think me so tender and susceptible, and should not at the same time suppose my heart would suggest all this. But I see through your device, my sweet friend. It is only to authorize your pretensions to reprisals that you charge me with having formerly saved my heart at the expense of yours. But I am not so to be made the dupe of your subtlety. And so here is an end of my confession, which I have made not to contradict but to set you right, having nothing farther to say on this head than to acquaint you with my resolution. You now know my heart as well, if not better, than myself. My honor, my happiness are equally dear to you as to myself, and, in the present tranquility of your passions, you will be the best able to judge of the means to secure both the one and the other. Take my conduct, therefore, under your direction. I submit it entirely to you. Let us return to our natural state, and reciprocally change our employment. We shall both do the better for it. Do you govern, and you shall find me tractable. Let it be your place to direct what I should do, and it shall be mine to follow your directions. Take my heart and enclose it up in yours. What business have inseparables for two? But to return to our travelers, though, to say truth, I have already said so much about one, that I hardly dare speak a word about the other, for fear you should remark too great a difference in my style, and that even my friendship for the generous Englishman should betray too much regard for the amiable Swiss. Besides, what can I say about letters I have not seen? You ought at least to send me that of Lord B. But you durst not send it without the other. 'Tis very well. You might, however, have done better. Well, recommend me to your duennas of 20, they are infinitely more tractable than those of 30. I must revenge myself, however, by informing you of the effect of your fine reserve. It has only made me imagine the letter in question, that letter which breathes such only 100 times more tender than it really is. Out of spite, I take pleasure in conceiving it filled with soft expressions which cannot be in it, so that if I am not passionately admired, I shall make you suffer for it. After all, I cannot see with what face you can talk to me of the Italian post. You prove in your letter that I was not in the wrong to wait for it, but for not having waited long enough. Had I stayed but one poor quarter of an hour longer, I should have met the packet, have laid hold of it first, and read it at my ease. It had then been my turn to make a merit of giving it you. But, since the grapes are too sour, you may keep the letters. I have 2 others which I would not change for them were they better worth reading than I imagine they are. There is that of Harriet, I can assure you, even exceeds your own, nor have either you or I, in all our lives, ever wrote anything so pretty. And yet you give yourself airs forsooth of treating this prodigy as a little impertinent. Upon my word, I suspect that to arise from mere envy. And since I have discovered in her this new talent, I purpose, before you spoil her writing as you have done her speech, to establish between her apartment and mine an Italian post, from whence I will have no pilfering of packets. Farewell, my dear friend, you will find enclosed the answers to your letters, which will give you no mean idea of my interest here. I would write to you something about this country and its inhabitants, but it is high time to put an end to this volume of a letter. You have besides quite perplexed me with your strange fancies. As we have 5 or 6 days longer to stay here, and I shall have time to give another look at what I have already seen, you will be no loser by the delay, and you may depend on my transmitting you another volume as big as this, before my departure. Letter Clei, Lord B. to Mr. Walmer. No, my dear Walmer, you were not mistaken. St. Preux is to be depended on, but I am not, and I have paid dear for the experience that hath convinced me of it. Without his assistance, I should have been a dupe to the very proof to which I put his fidelity. You know that, to satisfy his notions of gratitude, and divert his mind with new objects, I pretended that my journey to Italy was of greater importance than it really was. To bid a final adieu to the attachments of my youth, and bring back a friend perfectly cured of his, were the fruits I promised myself from the voyage. I informed you that his dream, at Villeneuve, gave me some uneasiness for him. That dream made me even suspect the motives of his transport, on being told that you had chosen him preceptor for your children, and that he should pass the remainder of his life with you. The better, to observe the effusions of his heart, I had at first removed all difficulties, by declaring my intention of settling also in your part of the world, and thus I prevented any of those objections his friendship might have made on account of leaving me. A change in any resolutions, however, made me soon alter my tale. He had not seen the Marchioness thrice before we were both agreed in our opinion of her. Unfortunate woman, possessed of noble qualities, but without virtue. Her ardent, sincere passion at first affected me and nourished mine, but her passion was tinged with the blackness of her soul and inspired me in the end with horror. When he had seen Laura and knew her disposition, her beauty, her wit and unexampled attachment, I formed a resolution to make use of her to acquire a perfect knowledge of the situation of St. Preux. If I marry Laura, said I to him, it is not my intention to carry her to London, where she may be known, but to a place where virtue is respected in whomsoever it is found. You will there discharge your duty of preceptor, and we shall still continue to live together. If I do not marry her, it is time for me, however, to think of settling. You know my house in Oxfordshire, and will make your choice, either to take upon you the education of Mr. Walmer's children, or to accompany me in my retirement. To this, he made me just such an answer as I expected, but I had a mind to observe his conduct. If, in order to spend his time at Clarens, he had promoted a marriage which he ought to have opposed, or, on the contrary, preferred the honor of his friend to his own happiness. In either case, I say, the experiment answered my end, and I knew what to think of the situation of his heart. On trial, I found him to be such as I wished, firmly resolved against the project I pretended to have formed, and ready with all his arguments to oppose it. But I was continually in her company, and was moved by her tenderness and affliction. My heart, totally disengaged from the Marchioness, began to fix itself on her rival by this constant intercourse. The sentiments of Laura increased the attachment she had before inspired, and I began to be ashamed of sacrificing to that prejudice I despised, the esteem which I was so well convinced was due to her merit. I began even to be in doubt whether I had not laid myself under some obligation to do that merit justice, by the hopes I had given her, if not in words, at least by my actions. Though I never promised her anything, yet to have kept her in suspense and expectation for nothing would be to deceive her, and I could not help thinking such a deception extremely cruel. In short, annexing a kind of duty to my inclination, and consulting happiness more than reputation, I attempted to reconcile my passion to reason, and resolved to carry my pretended scheme as far as it would go, and even to execute it in reality, if I could not recede without injustice. After some time, however, I began to be more uneasy on account of Saint Preux, as he did not appear to act the part he had undertaken with that zeal I expected. Indeed, he opposed my professed design of marriage, but took little pains to check my growing inclination, speaking to me of Laura in such a strain of encomium as, at the same time that he appeared to dissuade me from marrying her, added fuel to the flame by increasing my affection. This inconsistency gave me some alarm. I did not think him so steady as before. He seemed shy of directly opposing my sentiments, gave way to my arguments, was fearful of giving offense, and indeed seemed to have lost all that intrepidity in doing his duty, which the true passion for it inspires. Some other observations which I made also increased my distrust. I found out that he visited Laura unknown to me, and that, by their frequent signs, there was a secret understanding between them. On her part, the prospect of being united to the man she loved seemed to give her no pleasure. I observed in her the same degree of tenderness indeed, but that tenderness was no longer mixed with joy at my approach, a gloomy sadness perpetually clouding her features. Nay, sometimes in the tenderest part of our conversations, I have caught her casting a side glance on Saint Preux, on which a tear would often steal silently down her cheek, which she endeavored to conceal from me. In short, they carried the matter so far that I was at last greatly perplexed. What could I think? It is impossible, said I to myself, that I can all this while have been cherishing a serpent in my bosom. How far have I not reason to extend my suspicions, and return those he formerly entertained of me? Weak and unhappy as we are, our misfortunes are generally of our own seeking. Why do we complain that bad men torment us, while the good are so ingenious at tormenting each other? All this operated but to induce me to come to a determination. For, though I was ignorant of the bottom of their intrigue, I saw the heart of Laura was still the same, and that proof of her affection endeared her to me the more. I proposed to come to an explanation with her before I put an end to the affair, but I was desirous of putting it off till the last moment, in order to get all the light I could possibly beforehand. As for Saint Preux, I was resolved to convince myself, to convince him, and in short to come at the truth of the matter before I took any step in regard to him. For it was easy to suppose that an infallible rupture must happen, and I was unwilling to place a good disposition and a reputation of 20 years' standing in the balance against mere suspicions. The Marchioness was not ignorant of what passed, having her spies in the convent where Laura resides, who informed her of the report of her marriage. Nothing more was necessary to excite her rage. She wrote me threatening letters, nay, she went farther. But as it was not the first time she had done so, and we were on our guard, her attempts were fruitless. I had only the pleasure to see that our friend did not spare himself on this occasion, nor make any scruple to expose his own life, to save that of his friend. Overcome by the transports of her passion, the Marchioness fell sick, and was soon past recovery, putting at once an end to her misfortunes and her guilt. I could not help being afflicted to hear of her illness, and sent Dr. Eswin to give her all the assistance in his power, as a physician. Saint Preux went also to visit her in my behalf, but she would neither see one nor the other. She would not even bear to hear me named during her illness, and inveighed against me with the most horrid imprecations every time I was mentioned. I was grieved at heart for her situation, and felt my wounds ready to bleed afresh. Reason, however, supported my spirits and resolution, but I should have been one of the worst of men to think of marriage, while a woman, so dear to me, lay in that extremity. In the meantime our friend, fearing I should not be able to resist the strong inclination I had to see her, proposed a journey to Naples, to which I consented. The second day after our arrival there, he came into my chamber with a fixed and grave countenance, holding a letter in his hand, which he seemed to have just received. I started up and cried out, "The Marchioness is dead. Would to God," said he coldly, "she were. It were better not to exist than to exist only to do evil, but it is not of her I bring you news, though what I bring concerns you nearly. Be pleased, my lord, to give me an uninterrupted hearing." I was silent, and thus he began. "In honoring me with the sacred name of friend, you taught me how to deserve it. I have acquitted myself of the charge you entrusted with me, and, seeing you ready to forget yourself, have ventured to assist your memory. I saw you unable to break one connection, but by entering into another, both equally unworthy of you. Had an unequal marriage been the only point in question, I should only have reminded you that you was a peer of England, and advised you either to renounce all pretensions to public honor or to respect public opinion. But a marriage so scandalous. Can you? No, my lord, you will not make so unworthy a choice. It is not enough that your wife should be virtuous, her reputation should be unstained. Believe me, a wife for Lord B is not easily to be found. Read that, my lord, and see what I have done. He then gave me a letter. It was from Laura. I opened it with emotion and read as follows. My lord, love at length prevailed and you were willing to marry me, but I am content. Your friend has pointed out my duty, and I perform it without regret. In dishonoring you, I should have lived unhappy. In leaving your honor unstained, methinks I partake of it. The sacrifice of my felicity to a duty so severe makes me forget even the shame of my youth. Farewell. From this moment I am no longer in your power or my own. Farewell, my lord, forever. Pursue me not in my retreat to despair, but hear my last request. Confer not on any other woman that honor I could not accept. There was but one heart in the world made for yours, and it was that of Laura. The agitation of mind I was in, on reading this letter, prevented me from speaking. He took the advantage of my silence to tell me that, after my departure, she had taken the veil in the convent where she boarded, that the court of Rome, being informed she was going to be married to a Lutheran, had given orders to prevent his seeing her, and confessed to me frankly that he had taken all these measures in concert with herself. I did not oppose your designs, continued he, with all the power I might, fearing your return to the Marchioness, and being desirous of combating your old passion by that which you entertained for Laura. In seeing you run greater lengths than I intended, I applied to your understanding. But, having from my own experience but too just reason to distrust the power of argument, I sounded the heart of Laura. And, finding in it all that generosity which is inseparable from true love, I prevailed on her to make this sacrifice. The assurance of being no longer the object of your contempt inspired her with a fortitude which renders her the more worthy of your esteem. She has done her duty, you must now do yours. Then eagerly embracing and pressing me to his heart, I read, says he, in our common destiny, those laws which heaven dictates to both and requires us to obey. The empire of love is at an end, and that of friendship begins. My heart attends only to its sacred call. It knows no other tie than that which unites me to you. Fix on whatever place of residence you please, Clarence, Oxford, London, Paris, or Rome. It is equal to me, so we but live together. Go whither you will, seek an asylum wherever you think fit. I will follow you throughout the world, for I solemnly protest, in the face of the living God, that I will never leave you till death. I was greatly affected at the zeal and affection of this young man, his eyes sparkling with pleasure on this effusion of his heart. I forgot at once both the Marchioness and Laura. Is there indeed anything in the world to be regretted, while one preserves so dear a friend? Indeed, I was now fully convinced, by the part he so readily took on this occasion, that he was entirely cured of his ancient passion, and that the pains you had taken were not thrown away upon him. In short, I could not doubt, by the solemn engagement he had thus voluntarily made, that his attachment to me was truly sincere, and that his virtue had entirely got the better of his inclinations. I can therefore bring him back with confidence. Yes, my dear Walmer, he is worthy to educate youth, and what is more, of being received into your house. A few days after, I received an account of the death of the Marchioness, at which I was but little affected, as she had indeed been long dead in respect to me. I had hitherto regarded marriage as a debt, which every man contracts at the time of his birth with his country and mankind, for which reason I had resolved to marry, the less out of inclination than duty, but I am now of another opinion. The obligation to marriage, I now conceive, is not so universal, but that it depends on the rank and situation which every man holds in life. Celibacy is, doubtless, wrong in the common people, such as manufacturers, husbandmen, and others, who are really useful and necessary to the state. But for those superior orders of men, who compose the legislature and the magistracy, to which every other aspires, and which are always sufficiently supplied, it is both lawful and expedient. For were the rich all obliged to marry, the increase of number among those subjects which are a dead weight on the state would only tend to its depopulation. Mankind will always find masters enough, and England will sooner want laborers than peers. I think myself at full liberty, therefore, in the rank to which I was born, to indulge my own inclination in this respect. At my age, it is too late to think of repairing the shocks my heart hath sustained from love. I shall devote my future hours therefore to friendship, the pleasures of which I can nowhere cultivate so well as at Clarence. I accept, therefore, your obliging offers on such conditions as my fortune ought to add to yours, that it may not be useless to me. Besides, after the engagement Saint Preux hath entered into, I know no other method of detaining him with you, but by residing with you myself. And if ever he grows tired or troublesome, it will be sufficient for me to leave you, to make him follow. The only embarrassment I shall in this case lie under respects my customary voyages to England. For though I have no longer any interest in the House of Peers, yet while I am one of the number, I think it necessary I should continue to do my duty as such. But I have a faithful friend among my brother peers, whom I can empower to answer for me in ordinary cases, and on extraordinary occasions, wherein I think it my duty to go over in person, I can take my pupil along with me, and even he, his pupils with him, when they grow a little bigger, and you can prevail on yourself to trust them with us. Such voyages cannot fail of being useful to them, and will not be so very long as to make their absence afflicting to their mother. I have not shewn this letter to Saint Preux, nor do I desire you should show every part of it to the ladies. It is proper that my scheme to sound the heart of our friend should be known only to you and me. I would not have you conceal anything from them, however, that may do honor to this worthy youth, even though it should be discovered at my expense. But I must here take my leave. I have sent the designs and drawings for my pavilion, for you to reform, alter, and amend as you please, but I would have you to execute them immediately if possible. I would have struck out the music room, for I have now lost almost all pretensions to taste and am careless of amusement. At the request of Saint Preux, however, I have left it, as he proposes now and then to exercise your children there. You will receive also some few books, to add to your library. But what novelty will you find in books? No, my dear Walmer, you only want to understand that of nature, to be the wisest of men. Letter Clive, answer. I was impatient, my dear B, to come to the end of your adventures. It seemed very strange to me that, after having so long resisted the force of your inclinations, you had waited only for a friend to assist you to give way to them. Though, to say truth, we find ourselves often more weak when supported by others than when we rely solely on our own strength. I confess, however, I was greatly alarmed by your last letter, when you told me your marriage with Laura was a thing absolutely determined. Not but that in spite of this assurance, I still entertained some doubts of the event, and if my suspicions had been disappointed, I would never have seen Saint Preux again. As it is, you have both acted as I flattered myself you would, and have so fully justified the good opinion I had of you, that I shall be delighted whenever you think proper to return, and settle here agreeable to the design we had planned. Come, ye uncommon friends, come to increase and partake of the happiness we here enjoy. However flattering the hopes of those who believe in a future state, for my part, I had rather enjoy the present in their company. Nay, I perceive you are both more agreeable to me with the tenets you possess than you would be if unhappy enough to think as I do. As to Saint Preux, you know what were my sentiments of him at your departure. There was no need to make any experiment on his heart to settle my judgment concerning him. My proof had been before made, and I thought I knew him as well as it was possible for one man to know another. I had, besides, more than one reason to place a confidence in him, and was more secure of him than he was of himself. For though he seems to have followed your example in renouncing matrimony, you will perhaps find reason here to prevail on him to change his system. But I will explain myself farther on this head when I see you. With respect to yourself, I think your sentiments on celibacy quite new and refined. They may, for aught I know, be judicious also, when applied to political institutions, intended to balance and keep in equilibrium the relative powers of states. But I am in doubt whether they are not more subtle than solid, when applied to dispense with the obligations that individuals lie under to the laws of nature. It seems to me that life is a blessing we receive on condition of transmitting it to our successors, a kind of tenure which ought to pass from generation to generation, and that every one who had a father is indispensably obliged to become one. Such has been hitherto your opinion also. It was one of your motives for going to Italy. But I know from whence you derive your new system of philosophy. There is an argument in Laura's letter, which your heart knows not how to invalidate. Our sprightly cousin has been for these 8 or 10 days past at Geneva, with her relations on family affairs, but we daily expect her return. I have told my wife as much as was expedient she should know of your letter. We had learned of Mr. Miall that your marriage was broken off, but she was ignorant of the part Saint Preux had in that event, and you may be assured it will give her great pleasure to be informed of all he has done to merit your beneficence and justify your esteem. I have shewn her the plan and designs for your pavilion, in which she thinks there is much taste. We propose to make some little alterations, however, as the ground requires, which, as they will make your lodging the more convenient, we doubt not you will approve. We wait, nevertheless, for the sanction of Clara before we resolve, for, without her, you know there is nothing to be done here. In the meantime, I have set the people to work, and hope to have the masonry pretty forward before winter. I am obliged to you for your books, but I no longer read those I am master of, and it is too late in life for me to begin to study those I do not understand. I am, however, not quite so ignorant as you would make me. The only volume of nature's works which I read is The Heart of Man, of my abilities for comprehending which, my friendship for you is a sufficient proof. Letter CLV, Mrs. Orb to Mrs. Walmer. My stay here, my dear cousin, gives me a world of anxieties, the worst of all which is that the agreeableness of the place would induce me to stay longer. The city is delightful, its inhabitants hospitable, and their manners courteous, while liberty, which I love of all things, seems to have taken refuge amongst them. The more I know of this little state, the more I find an attachment to one's country agreeable, and pity those who, pretending to call themselves of this or that country, have no attachment to any. For my part, I perceive that, if I had been born in this, I should have had truly a Roman soul. As it is, I dare not, however, pretend to say that. Rome is no more at Rome, but where I dwell. For I am afraid you will be malicious enough to think the contrary. But why need we talk always about Rome and Rome? The subject of this letter shall be Geneva. I shall say nothing about the face of the country, it is much like ours, except that it is less mountainous and more rural. I shall also say nothing about the government. My good father will, doubtless, give you enough of it, as he is employed here all day long, in the fullness of his heart, talking politics with the magistrates, and I find him not a little mortified that the Gazette so seldom makes mention of Geneva. You may judge of the tediousness of their conversation by the length of my letters. For, when I am wearied with their discourse, I leave them, and, in order to divert myself, am tiresome to you. All I remember of their long conferences is, that they hold in high esteem the great good sense which prevails in the city. When we regard indeed the mutual action and reaction of all parts of the state, which afford a reciprocal balance to each other, it is not to be doubted that there are greater abilities employed in the government of this little republic than in that of some great kingdoms, where everything supports itself by its own proper strength, and the reins of administration may be thrown into the hands of a blockhead, without any danger to the constitution. I can assure you, this is not the case here. I never hear anybody talk to my father about the famous ministers of great courts, without thinking of the wretched musician who thundered away upon our great organ at Lausanne, and thought himself a prodigious able hand because he made a great noise. The people here have only a little spinner, but in general they make good harmony, though the instrument be now and then a little out of tune. Neither shall I say anything about but with telling you what I shall not say, I shall never have done. To begin then with one thing, that I may sooner come to a conclusion. Of all people in the world, those of Geneva are the most easily known and characterized. Their manners, and even their vices, are mixed with a certain frankness peculiar to themselves. They are conscious of their natural goodness of heart, and that makes them not afraid to appear such as they are. They have generosity, sense, and penetration, but they are apt to love money too well, a fault which I attribute to their situation and circumstances, which make it so necessary, the territory of this state not producing a sufficient nourishment for its inhabitants. Hence it happens that the natives of Geneva, who are scattered up and down Europe to make their fortunes, copy the airs of foreigners, and having adopted the vices of the countries where they have lived, bring them home in triumph with their wealth. Thus the luxury of other nations makes them despise the simplicity of their own. Its spirit and liberty appear ignoble, and they forge themselves chains of gold, not as marks of slavery, but as ornaments they are proud of. But what have I to do with these confounded politics? Indeed, here I am stunned with them, and have them constantly rung in my ears. I hear nothing else talked of, unless when my father is absent, which never happens except when the post arrives. It is ourselves, my dear, nevertheless, that infect every place we go to. For, as to the conversation of the people, it is generally useful and agreeable. Indeed, there is little to be learned even from books, which may not here be acquired by conversation. The manners of the English have reached even so far as this country, and the men, living more separate from the women than in ours, contract among themselves a graver turn and have more solidity in their discourse. This advantage is attended, nevertheless, with an inconvenience that is very soon experienced. They are extremely prolix, formal, proverbial, and argumentative. Instead of writing like Frenchmen, as they speak, they, on the contrary, speak as they write. They declaim instead of talking, and one thinks they are always going to support a thesis. They divide their discourse into chapters and sections, and take the same method in their conversations as they do in their books. They speak as if they were reading, strictly observing etymological distinctions, and pronouncing their words exactly as they are spelt. In short, their conversations consist of harangues, and they prattle as if they were preaching. But what is the most singular is, that, with this dogmatical and frigid air in their discourse, they are lively, impetuous, and betray strong passions. Nay, they would express themselves well enough upon sentimental subjects, if they were not too particular in words, or knew how to address the heart. But their periods and their commas are insupportable, and they describe so composedly the most violent passions, that when they have done, one looks about one to see who is affected. In the meantime, I must confess I am bribed a little to think well of their hearts, and to believe they are not altogether void of taste. For you must know, as a secret, that a very pretty gentleman for a husband, and, as they say, very rich, hath honored me with his regards, and I have more gratitude and politeness than to call in question what he has told me. Had he but come 18 months sooner, what pleasure should I have taken in having a sovereign for my slave, and in turning the head of a noble lord? But at present, mine is not clear enough to make that sport agreeable. But to return to that taste for reading which makes the people of Geneva think, it extends to all ranks and degrees amongst them, and is of advantage to all. The French read a great deal, but they read only new books, or rather they run them over, less for the sake of knowing what they contain than to have it to say they have read them. On the contrary, the readers at Geneva peruse only books of merit. They read and digest what they read, making it their business to understand, not to criticize upon them. Criticisms and the choice of books are made at Paris, while choice books are almost the only ones that are read at Geneva. By this means, their reading has less variety and is more profitable. The women, on their part, employ a good deal of their time also in reading, and their conversation is affected by it, but in a different manner. The fine ladies are affected and set up for wits here, as well as with us. Nay, the petty citizens themselves learn from their books a kind of methodical chit-chat, a choice of words which one is surprised to hear from them, as we are sometimes with the prattle of forward children. They must unite all the good sense of the men, all the sprightliness of the women, and all the wit common to both, or the former will appear a little pedantic, and the latter prudish. As I was looking out of my window yesterday, I overheard 2 tradesmen's daughters, both very pretty, talking together in a manner sprightly enough to attract my attention. I listened, and heard one of them propose to the other, laughing, to write a journal of their transactions. "Yes," replied the other immediately, "a journal of a morning and a comment at night. What say you, cousin?" I know not if this be the style of tradesmen's daughters, but I know one must be taken up greatly indeed, not to be able, during the whole day, to make more than a comment on what has passed. I fancy this lass had read the Arabian Nights' Entertainments. Thus, with a style a little elevated, the women of Geneva are lively and satirical, and one sees here the effect of the nobler passions, as much as in any city in the world. Even in the simplicity of their dress there is taste. They are graceful also in their manners, and agreeable in conversation. As the men are less gallant than affectionate, the women are less coquettish than tender. Their susceptibility gives, even to the most virtuous among them, an agreeable and refined turn, which reaches the heart, and thence deduces all its refinement. So long as the ladies of Geneva preserve their own manners, they will be the most amiable women in Europe. But they are in danger of being soon all Frenchified, and then Frenchwomen will be more agreeable than they. Thus everything goes to ruin, when manners grow corrupted. Even taste depends on morals and disappears with them, giving way to effect and pompous pretensions that have no other foundation than fashion. True wit also lies nearly under the same circumstances. Is it not the modesty of our sex that obliges us to make use of a dress to resist the arts of men? And if they are reduced to make use of artifice to excite our attention, have we less occasion for ingenuity to seem not to understand them? Is it not the men who set our tongues and wits at liberty, who make us so keen at repartee, and oblige us to turn their persons and pretensions into ridicule? You may say what you will, but I maintain it that a certain coquettish air and malicious raillery confounds a gallant much more than silence or contempt. What pleasure have I not taken in seeing a discontented Celadon blush, stammer, and lose himself at every word, while the shafts of ridicule, less flaming but more pointed than those of love, flew about him like hail, in seeing him shot thorough and thorough with icicles, whose coldness added to the smart of the wounds. Even you yourself, who never loved to give pain, do you believe your mild and ingenuous behavior, your timid, gentle looks conceal less roguery and art than my hoydening? Upon my word, my dear, I much doubt, with all your hypocritical airs, if an account were taken of all the lovers you and I have made fools of, whether yours would not be the longer list. I cannot help laughing every time I think of that poor Constance, who came to me in such a passion to reproach you with having too great a regard for him. She is so obliging to me, says he, that I know not what to complain of, and declines my pretensions with so much good sense, that I am ashamed of finding myself so unable to reply to her arguments. In short, she is so much my friend, that I find myself incapable of supporting the character of her lover. But to return to my subject. I believe there is no place in the world where married people agree better, and are better managers than in this city. Here a domestic life is peaceful and agreeable, the husbands are in general obliging, and the wives almost Eloisas. Here your system really exists. The two sexes employ and amuse themselves so differently that they are never tired with each other's customs and company, but meet again with redoubled pleasure. This heightens the enjoyment of the wise. Abstinence from what we delight in is a tenet of your philosophy. It is indeed the epicurism of reason. But unhappily, this ancient modesty begins a little to decline. The sexes begin to associate more frequently, they approach in person and their hearts recede. It is here as with us, everything is a mixture of good and bad, but in different proportions. The virtues of the natives of this country are of its own production, their vices are exotic. They are great travelers, and easily adopt the customs and manners of other nations. They speak other languages with facility, and learn without difficulty their proper accent. Nevertheless, they have a disagreeable drawling tone in the pronunciation of their own, particularly among the women, who travel but little. More humbled by their insignificance than proud of their liberty, they seem among foreigners to be ashamed of their country, and are therefore in a hurry, as one may say, to naturalize themselves in that where they happen to reside. And perhaps the character they have of being avaricious and selfish contributes not a little to this false shame. It would be better, without doubt, to wipe off the stain by a disinterested example, than to scandalize their fellow citizens by being ashamed of their country. But they despise the place of their nativity, even while they render it estimable, and are still more in the wrong not to give their city the honor of their own personal merit. And yet, however avaricious they may be, they are not accused of amassing fortunes by low and servile means. They seldom attach themselves to the great or dance attendance at courts, personal slavery being as odious to them as that of the community. Pliant and flexible as Alcibiades, they are equally impatient of servitude, and though they adopt the customs of other nations, they imitate the people without being slaves to the prince. They are chiefly employed in trade, because that is the surest road to wealth, consistent with liberty. And this great object of their wishes makes them often bury the talents with which they are prodigally endowed by nature. This brings me back to the beginning of my letter. They have ingenuity and courage, are lively and penetrating, nor is there anything virtuous or great which surpasses their comprehension and abilities. But more passionately fond of money than of honor, in order to live in abundance they die in obscurity, and the only example they leave to their children is the love of those treasures which for their sakes they have amassed. I learn all this from the natives themselves, for they speak of their own characters very impartially. For my part, I know not what they may be abroad, but at home they are an agreeable people, and I know but one way to quit Geneva without regret. Do you know, cousin, what this is? You may affect as much ignorance and humility as you please. If you should say you have not already guessed, you certainly would tell a fib. The day after tomorrow, our jovial company will embark in a pretty little ship, fitted out for the occasion. For we choose to return by water on account of the pleasantness of the season, and that we may be all together. We purpose to pass the first night at Morgues, to be the next day at Lausanne, on account of the marriage ceremony, and the day following to be at you know where. When you see at a distance the flags flying, the torches flaming, and hear the cannon roar, I charge you skid about the house like a mad thing and call the whole family to arms. To arms, the enemy is coming. P.S. Although the distribution of the apartments incontestably belongs to me as housekeeper, I will give it up to you on this occasion, insisting only that my father be placed in those of Lord B on account of his charts and maps, with which I desire it may be completely hung from the ceiling to the floor. Letter CLVI, from Mrs. Walmer. How delightful are my sensations in beginning this letter. It is the first time in my life that I ever wrote to you without fear or shame. I am proud of the friendship which now subsists between us, as it is the fruit of an unparalleled conquest over a fatal passion. A passion which may sometimes be overcome, but is very rarely refined into friendship. To relinquish that which was once dear to us when honor requires it may be effected by the efforts of ordinary minds, but to have been what we once were to each other, and to become what we now are, this is a triumph indeed. The motive for ceasing to love may possibly be a vicious one, but that which converts the most tender passion into as sincere a friendship cannot be equivocal. It must be virtuous. But should we ever have arrived at this of ourselves? Never, never, my good friend. It had been rashness to attempt it. To avoid each other was the first article of our duty, and which nothing should have prevented us from performing. We might without doubt have continued our mutual esteem, but we must have ceased to write or to converse. All thoughts of each other must have been suppressed, and the greatest regard we could have reciprocally shewn had been to break off all correspondence. Instead of that, let us consider our present situation. Can there be on earth a more agreeable one, and do we not reap 1,000 times a day the reward of our self-denial? To see, to love each other, to be sensible of our bliss, to pass our days together in fraternal intimacy and peaceful innocence, to think of each other without remorse, to speak without blushing, to do honor to that attachment for which we have been so often reproached. This is the point at which we are at last arrived. Oh, my friend! How far in the career of honor have we already run? Let us resolve to persevere and finish our race as we have begun. To whom are we indebted for such extraordinary happiness? You cannot be ignorant. You know it well. I have seen your susceptible heart overflow with gratitude at the goodness of the best of men, to whom both you and I have been so greatly obliged. A goodness that does not lay us under fresh obligations, but only renders those more dear which were before sacred. The only way to acknowledge his favors is to merit them, for the only value he sets on them consists in their emolument to us. Let us then reward our benefactor by our virtue, for this is all he requires and therefore all we owe him. He will be satisfied with us and with himself in having restored us to our reason. But permit me to lay before you a picture of your future situation, that you may yourself examine it and see if there be anything in it to make you apprehensive of danger. Yes, worthy youth, if you respect the cause of virtue, attend with a chaste ear to the counsels of your friend. I tremble to enter upon a subject in which I am sorry to engage, but how shall I be silent without betraying my friend? Will it not be too late to warn you of the danger when you are already entangled in the snare? Yes, my friend, I am the only person in the world who is intimate enough with you to present it to your view. Have I not a right to talk to you as a sister, as a mother? Your career, you tell me, is finished. If so, its end is premature. Though your first passion be extinguished, your sensibility still remains, and your heart is the more to be suspected, as its only cause of restraint no longer exists. A young man of great ardor and susceptibility resolves to live continent and chaste. He knows, he feels, he has 1,000 times said, that fortitude of mind which is productive of every virtue depends on the purity of sentiment which supports it. As love preserved him from vice in his youth, his good sense must secure him in manhood. However severe may be the duty enjoined him, He knows there is a pleasure arising from it that will compensate its rigor. And, though it be necessary to enter the conflict when conquest is in view, can he do less now out of piety to God than he did before out of regard to a mistress? Such, I imagine, is your way of reasoning, and such the maxims you adopt for your future conduct. For you have always despised those persons who, content with outward appearances, have one doctrine for theory and another for practice, and who lay upon others a burthen of moral duties which they themselves are unwilling to bear. But what kind of life has such a prudent, virtuous man made choice of in order to comply with those rules he has prescribed? Less a philosopher than a man of probity and a Christian, he has not surely taken his vanity for a guide. He certainly knows that it is much easier to avoid temptations than to withstand them. Does he therefore avoid all dangerous opportunities? Does he shun those objects which are most likely to move his passions? Has he that humble diffidence of himself which is the best security to virtue? Quite the contrary, he does not hesitate rashly to rush on danger. At 30 years of age, he is going to seclude himself from the world, in company with women of his own age, one of which was once too dear to him for him ever to banish the dangerous idea of their former intimacy from his mind, another of whom has lived with him in great familiarity, and a third is attached to him by all those ties which obligations conferred excite in grateful minds. He is going to expose himself to everything that can renew those passions which are but imperfectly extinguished. He is going to entangle himself in those snares which he ought, of all others, to avoid. There is not one circumstance attending his situation which ought not to make him distrust his own strength, nor one which will not render him forever contemptible should he be weak enough to be off his guard for a moment. Where then is that great fortitude of mind in which he presumes to place such confidence? In what instance has it hitherto appeared that he can be answerable for it, for the future? Did he acquire it at Paris, in the house of the colonel's lady? Or was he influenced by it last summer at Mailery? Has it been his security during the winter, against the charms of another object, or this spring against the terrifying apprehensions of a dream? By the slender assistance it once afforded him, is there any reason to suppose it will always bring him off victorious? He may know when his duty requires how to combat the passions of a friend, but will he be as capable of combating his own? Alas! Let him learn from the best half of his life to think modestly of the other. A state of violence and constraint may be supported for a while. 6 months, for instance, a year is nothing. Fix any certain time and we may presume to hold out. But when that state is to last as long as we live, where is the fortitude that can support itself under it? Who can sustain a constant state of self-denial? Oh, my friend, a life of pleasure is short, but a life of virtue is exceeding long. We must be incessantly on our guard. The instant of enjoyment is soon past, and never more returns. That of doing evil passes away too, but as constantly returns and is ever present. Forget ourselves for a moment, and we are undone. Is it in such a state of danger and trial that our days can pass away in happiness and tranquility, or is it for such as have once escaped the danger to expose themselves again to like hazards? What future occasions may not arise as hazardous as those you have escaped, and what is worse, equally unforeseen? Do you think the monuments of danger exist only at Mailery? They are in every place where we are. We carry them about with us. Yes, you know too well that a susceptible mind interests the whole universe in its passion, and that every object here will excite our former ideas and remind us of our former sensations. I believe, however, I am presumptuous enough to believe that will never happen to me, and my heart is ready enough to answer for yours. But, though it may be above meanness, is that easy heart of yours above weakness? And am I the only person here it will cost you pains to respect? Forget not, Saint Preux, that all who are dear to me are entitled to be respected as myself. Reflect that you are continually to bear the innocent play of an amiable woman. Think of the eternal disgrace you will deservedly fall into if your heart should go astray for a moment, and you should harbor any designs on her you have so much reason to honor. I would have your duty, your word, and your ancient friendship restrain you. The obstacles which virtue throws in your way may serve to discourage idle hopes, and, by the help of your reason, you may suppress your fruitless wishes. But would you thence be freed from the influence of sense and the snares of imagination? Obliged to respect us both and to forget our sex, you will be liable to temptation from our servants, and might perhaps think yourself justified by the condescension. But would you be in reality less culpable? Or can the difference of rank change the nature of a crime? On the contrary, you would debase yourself the more, as the means you might employ would be more ignoble. But is it possible that you should be guilty of such means? No, perish the base man, who would bargain for an heart, and make love a mercenary passion. Such men are the cause of all the crimes which are committed by debauchery. For she who is once bought will be ever after to be sold. And amidst the shame into which she is inevitably plunged, who may most properly be said to be the author of her misery, the brutal wretch who insults her in a brothel, or her seducer who showed her the way thither, by first paying a price for her favors. I will add another consideration which, if I am not mistaken, will affect you. You have been witness of the pains I have taken to establish order and decency in my family. Tranquility and modesty, happiness and innocence prevail throughout the whole. Think, my friend, of yourself, of me, of what we were, of what we are, and what we ought to be. Shall I have it one day to say, in regretting my lost labor, it is to you I owe the disorder of my house? Let us, if it be necessary, go farther and sacrifice even modesty to a true regard for virtue. Man is not made for a life of celibacy, and it is very difficult in a state so contrary to that of nature, not to fall into some public or private irregularity. For how shall a man be always on his guard against an intestine enemy? Look upon the rash votaries of other countries, who enter into a solemn vow not to be men. To punish them for their presumption, heaven abandons them to their own weakness. They call themselves saints, for entering into engagements which necessarily make them sinners. Their continence is only pretended, and, for affecting to set themselves above the duties of humanity, they debase themselves below it. It is easy to stand upon punctilio, and affect a nice observance of laws which are kept only in appearance. But a truly virtuous man cannot but perceive that his essential duties are sufficient without extending them to works of supererogation. It is, my dear Saint Preux, the true humility of a Christian, always to think his duty too much for his strength. Apply this rule, and you will be sensible that a situation which might only alarm another man ought to make you tremble. The less you are afraid, the more reason you have to fear, and if you are not in some degree deterred by the severity of your duty, you can have little hopes of being able to discharge it. Such are the perils that threaten you here. I know that you will never deliberately venture to do ill, and the only evils you have cause to apprehend are those which you cannot foresee. I do not, however, bid you draw your conclusions solely from my reasoning, but recommend it to your mature consideration. If you can answer me in a manner satisfactory to yourself, I shall be satisfied. If you can rely upon yourself, I too shall rely upon you. Tell me that you have overcome all the foibles of humanity, that you are an angel, and I will receive you with open arms. But is it possible for you, whilst a man, to lead a life of continual self-denial and mortification, to have always the most severe duties to perform, to be constantly on your guard with those whom you so sincerely love? No, no, my amiable friend, happy is he who in this life can make one single sacrifice to virtue. I have one in view, worthy of a man who has struggled and suffered in its cause. If I do not presume too far, the happiness I have ventured to design for you will repay every obligation of my heart, and be even greater than you would have enjoyed, had Providence favored our first inclinations. As I cannot make you an angel myself, I would unite you to one who would be the guardian of your heart, who will refine it, reanimate it to virtue, and under whose auspices you may securely live with us in this peaceful retreat of angelic innocence. You will not, I conceive, be under much difficulty to guess who it is I mean, as it is an object which has already got footing in the heart which it will one day entirely possess, if my project succeeds. I foresee all the difficulties attending it, without being discouraged, as the design is virtuous. I know the influence I have over my fair friend, and think I shall not abuse it by exerting my power in your favor. But you are acquainted with her resolutions, and before I attempt to alter them I ought to be well assured of your sentiments, that while I am endeavoring to prevail on her to permit your addresses, I may be able to answer for your love and gratitude. For if the inequality which fortune has made between you deprives you of the privilege of making such a proposal yourself, it is still more improper that this privilege should be granted before we know how you will receive it. I am not unacquainted with your delicacy, and know that if you have any objections to make, they will respect her rather than yourself. But banish your idle scruples. Do you think you can be more tenacious of my friend's reputation than I am? No, however dear you are to me, you need not be apprehensive lest I should prefer your interest to her honor. But as I value the esteem of people of sense, so I despise the prejudices and inconsiderate censures of the multitude, who are ever led by the false glare of things, and are strangers to real virtue. Were the difference in point of fortune between you 100 times greater than it is, there is no rank in life to which great talents and good behavior have not a right to aspire. And what pretensions can a woman have to disdain to make that man her husband, whom she is proud to number among her friends? You know the sentiments of us both in these matters. A false modesty and the fear of censure lead to more bad actions than good ones, for virtue never blushes at anything but vice. As to yourself, that pride which I have some time remarked in you cannot be exerted with greater impropriety than on this occasion. And it would be a kind of ingratitude in you to receive from her, reluctantly, one favor more. Besides, however nice and difficult you may be in this point, you must own it is more agreeable, and has a much better look, for a man to be indebted for his fortune to his wife than to a friend. As he becomes a protector of the one, and is protected by the other, and as nothing can be more true than that a virtuous man cannot have a better friend than his wife. If after all, if there remain in the bottom of your heart any repugnance to enter into new love engagements, you cannot too speedily suppress them, both for your own honor and my repose. For I shall never be satisfied with either you or myself till you really become what you ought to be, and take pleasure in what your duty requires. Ah, my friend, ought I not to be less apprehensive of such a repugnance to new engagements than of inclinations too relative to the old? What have I not done with regard to you to discharge my duty? I have even exceeded my promises. Do I not even give you an Eloisa? Will you not possess the better half of myself and be still dearer to the other? With what pleasure shall I not indulge myself, after such a connection, in my attachment to you? Yes, accomplish to her those vows you made to me, and let your heart fulfill with her all our former engagements. May it, if possible, give to hers all it owes to mine. O Saint Preux! To her I transfer that ancient debt. Remember, it is not easily to be discharged. Such, my friend, is the scheme I have projected to reunite you to us without danger. In giving you the same place in our family which you already hold in our hearts, attached by the most dear and sacred connections, we shall live together, sisters and brothers, you no longer your own enemy nor ours. The warmest sentiments when legitimate are not dangerous. When we are no longer under the necessity of suppressing them, they cannot excite our apprehensions. So far indeed from endeavoring to suppress sentiments so innocent and delightful, we should make them at once both our pleasure and our duty. We should then love each other with the purest affection, and should enjoy the united charms of friendship, love, and innocence. And, if in executing the charge you have taken upon yourself, heaven should recompense the care you take of our children, by blessing you with children of your own, you will then know from experience how to estimate the service you have done us. Endowed with the greatest blessings of which human nature is capable, you will learn to support with pleasure the agreeable burthen of a life useful to your friends and relations. You will, in short, perceive that to be true which the vain philosophy of the vicious could never believe. That happiness is even in this world the reward of the virtuous. Reflect at leisure on my proposal, not however to determine whether it suits you. I require not your answer on that point, but whether it is proper for Mrs. Orbe, and whether you can make her as happy as she ought to make you. You know in what manner she has discharged her duty in every station of her sex. Judge, by what she is, what she has a right to expect. She is as capable of love as Eloisa, and should be loved in the same degree. If you think you can deserve her, speak. My friendship will try to effect such an union, and from hers flatters itself with success. But if my hopes are deceived in you, you are at least a man of honor and probity, and are not unacquainted with her delicacy. You would not covet happiness at the expense of her felicity. Let your heart be worthy of her, or let the offer of it never be made. Once more, I say, consult your own heart. Consider well of your answer before you send it. In matters relative to the happiness of one's whole life, common prudence will not permit us to determine without great deliberation. But in an affair where our whole soul, our happiness both here and hereafter is at stake, even to deliberate lightly would be a crime. Call to your aid, therefore, my good friend, all the dictates of true wisdom. nor will I be ashamed to put you in mind of those which are most essential. You don't want religion? I am afraid, however, you do not draw from it all the advantage which your conduct might receive from its precepts, but that your philosophical pride elevates you above true Christian simplicity. In particular, your notions of prayer are by no means consistent with mine. In your opinion, that act of humiliation is of no use to us. God, having implanted in every man's conscience all that is necessary to direct him aright, has afterwards left him to himself, a free agent to act as he pleases. But you well know this is not the doctrine of St. Paul, nor that which is professed in our church. We are free agents, it is true, but we are by nature ignorant, weak, and prone to evil. Of whom then shall we acquire strength and knowledge, but of the source of all power and wisdom? And how shall we obtain them if we are not humble enough to ask? Take care, my friend, that to the sublime ideas you entertain of the Supreme Being, human pride doth not annex the abject notions, which belong only to man. Can you think the deity wants such arts as are necessary to human understanding, or that he lies under the necessity of generalizing his ideas to comprehend them the more readily? According to your notions of things, Providence would be under an embarrassment to take care of individuals. You seem to be afraid that constant attention to a diversity of objects must perplex and fatigue infinite wisdom, and to think that it can act better by general than particular laws, doubtless because this seems easier for the Almighty. The deity is highly obliged to such great philosophers for furnishing him with convenient means of action, to ease him of his labor. But why should we ask anything of him? Say you, is he not acquainted with our wants? Is he not a father that provides for his children? Do we know better than he what is needful for us, or are we more desirous of happiness than he is that we should be happy? This, my dear Saint Preux, is all sophistry. The greatest of our wants, even the only one we have no remedy for, is that of being insensible of them, and the first step to relief is the knowledge of our necessities. To be wise, we must be humble. In the sensibility of our weakness, we become strong. Thus justice is united to clemency, thus grace and liberty triumph together. Slaves by our weakness, we are set free by prayer. For it depends on us to seek and obtain favor, but the power to do this depends not on ourselves. Learn then not always to depend on your own sagacity on difficult occasions, but on that being whose omnipotence is equal to his wisdom, and who knows how to direct us in everything aright. The greatest defect in human wisdom, even in that which has only virtue for its object, is a too great confidence, which makes us judge by the present of the future, and of our whole lives from the experience of a single moment. We perceive ourselves resolute one instant, and therefore conclude we shall always be so. Puffed up with that pride, which is nevertheless mortified by daily experience, we think we are under no danger of falling into a snare which we have once escaped. The modest language of true fortitude is, I had resolution on this or that occasion. But he who boasts of his present security knows not how weak he may prove on the next trial, and, relying on his borrowed strength as if it was his own, deserves to feel the want of it when he stands in most need of assistance. How vain are all our projects, how absurd our reasonings in the eyes of that being, who is not confined to time or space. Man is so weak as to disregard things which are placed at a distance from him. He sees only the objects which immediately surround him, changes his notions of things as the point of sight is changed from whence he views them. We judge of the future from what agrees with us now, without knowing how far that which pleases today may be disagreeable tomorrow. We depend on ourselves, as if we were always the same, and yet are changing every day. Who can tell if they shall always desire what they now wish for? If they shall be tomorrow what they are today, if external objects and even a change in the constitution of the body may not vary the modification of their minds, and if we may not be made miserable by the very means we have concerted for our happiness. Show me the fixed and certain rule of human wisdom, and I will take it for my guide. But if the best lesson it can teach us is to distrust our own strength, let us have recourse to that superior wisdom which cannot deceive us, and follow those dictates which cannot lead us astray. It is that wisdom I implore to enlighten my understanding to advise you. Do you implore the same to direct your resolutions? Whatever these be, I well know you will take no step which does not at present appear honorable and just. But this is not enough, it is necessary you should take such as will be always so. And of the means to do this, Neither you nor I are of ourselves competent judges. Letter Elva, answer. From Eloisa, a letter from her after 7 years' silence. Yes, it is her writing. I see, I feel it. Can my eyes be a stranger to characters which my heart can never forget? And do you still remember my name? Do you still know how to write it? Does not your hand tremble as your pen forms the letters? Ah, Eloisa, whither have you hurried my wandering thoughts? The form, the fold, the seal, the superscription of your letter call to my mind those very different epistles which love used to dictate. In this, the heart and hand seem to be in opposition to each other. Ought the same hand writing to be employed in committing to paper sentiments so very different? You will be apt to judge that my thinking so much of your former letters too evidently confirms what you have suggested in your last, but you are mistaken. I plainly perceive that I am changed and that you are no longer the same, and what proves it to me the most is that except your beauty and goodness, everything I see in you now is a new subject of admiration. This remark may anticipate your assurance. I rely not on my own strength, but on the sentiment which makes it unnecessary. Inspired with everything which I ought to honor in her whom I have ceased to adore, I know into what degree of respect my former homage ought to be converted. Penetrated with the most lively gratitude, it is true, I love you as much as ever, but I esteem and honor you most for the recovery of my reason. Ever since the discerning and judicious Walmer has discovered my real sentiments, I have acquired a better knowledge of myself and am less alarmed at my weakness. Let it deceive my imagination as it will, the delusion will be still agreeable. It is sufficient that it can no longer offend you, and that my ideal errors serve in the end to preserve me from real danger. Believe me, Eloisa, there are impressions which neither time, circumstance, nor reason can efface. The wound may heal, but the scar will remain, an honorable mark that preserves the heart from any other wound. Love and inconstancy are incompatible. When a lover is fickle, he ceases to be a lover. For my part, I am no longer a lover, but in ceasing to adore you as such, I remain under your protection. I am no longer apprehensive of danger from you, but then you prevent my apprehensions from others. No, respectable Eloisa, you shall never see in me any other than a friend to your person and a lover only of your virtues. But our love, our first, our matchless love shall never be rooted out of my heart. The remembrance of the flower of my age shall never be thus tarnished. For, were I to live whole centuries, those happy hours of my youth will never return, nor be banished from my memory. We may, it is true, be no longer the same, but I shall never forget what we have been. Let us come now to your cousin. I cannot help confessing, my dear friend, that since I have no longer dared to contemplate your charms, I have become more sensible to hers. What eyes could be perpetually straying from beauty to beauty without fixing their admiration on either? Mine have lately gazed on hers perhaps with too much pleasure, and I must own that her charms, before imprinted on my heart, have during my absence made a deeper impression. The sanctuary of my heart is shut up, but her image is in the temple. I gradually become to her what I might have been at first had I never beheld you, and it was in your power only to make me sensible of the difference between what I feel for her and the love I had for you. My senses, released from that terrible passion, embrace the delightful sentiments of friendship. But must love be the result of this union? Ah, Eloisa, what difference? Where is the enthusiasm, the adoration? Where are those divine transports, those distractions, 100 times more sublime, more delightful, more forcible than reason itself? A slight warmth, a momentary delirium, seize me, affect me a while, and then vanish. In your cousin and me I see two friends who have a tender regard for each other and confess it. But have lovers a regard for each other? No, you and I are two words prohibited in the lover's language. Two lovers are not two persons, but one. Is my heart then really at ease? How can it be so? She is charming, she is both your friend and mine. I am attached to her by gratitude, and think of her in the most delightful moments of reflection. How many obligations are hence conferred on a susceptible mind, and how is it possible to separate the tenderest sentiments from those to which she has such an undoubted right? Alas, it is decreed that between you and her, my heart will never enjoy one peaceful moment. O women, women, dear and fatal objects, whom nature has made beautiful for our torment, who punish us when we brave your power, who pursue when we dread your charms, whose love and hate are equally destructive, and whom we can neither approach nor fly with impunity, beauty, charm, sympathy, inconceivable being or chimera, source of pain and pleasure. beauty more terrible to mortals than the element to which the birth of your goddess is ascribed. It is you who create those tempests which are so destructive to mankind. How dearly, Eloisa, how dearly, Clara, do I purchase your cruel friendship. I have lived in a tempest, and it is you who have always raised it. But how different are the agitations which you separately excite, different as the waves of the Lake of Geneva from those of the main ocean. The first are short and quick, and by their constant agitation are often fatal to the small barks that ride without making way on their surface. But on the ocean, calm and mild in appearance, we find ourselves mounted aloft and softly borne forward to a vast distance on waves, whose motions are slow and almost imperceptible. We think we scarce move from the place and arrive at the farthest parts of the earth. Such is in fact the difference between the effects which your charms and hers have on my heart. That first unequaled passion, which determined the destiny of my life, and which nothing could conquer but itself, had its birth before I was sensible of its generation. It hurried me on before I knew where I was, and involved me in irrevocable ruin before I believed myself led astray. While the wind was fair, my laboring bark was every moment alternately roaring into the clouds and plunging into the deep. But I am now becalmed and know no longer where I am. On the contrary, I feel too well how much her presence affects me, and conceive my danger greater than it really is. I experience some slight raptures, which are no sooner felt than gone. I am one moment transported with passion and the next peaceful and calm. In vain is the vessel beaten about by the waves, while there is no wind to fill its sails. My heart, contented with her real charms, does not exaggerate them. She appears more beautiful to my eyes than to my imagination, and I am more afraid of her when present than absent. Your charms have, on the contrary, had always a very different effect, but at Clarens I alternately experience both. Since I left it, indeed, the image of our cousin presents itself sometimes more powerfully to my imagination. Unhappily, however, it never appears alone. It affects me not with love, but with disquietude. These are in reality my sentiments with regard both to the one and the other. All the rest of your sex are nothing to me. The pangs I have so long suffered have banished them entirely from my remembrance. E fornito el mio tempo, a mezzo gli anni. Adversity has supplied the place of fortitude, to enable me to conquer nature and triumph over temptation. People in distress have few desires, you have taught me to vanquish by resisting them. An unhappy passion is an instrument of wisdom. My heart is become, if I may so express myself, the organ of all my wants, for when that is at ease I want nothing. Let not you or your cousin disturb its tranquility, and it will for the future be always at ease. In this situation, what have I to fear from myself? And by what cruel precaution would you rob me of happiness, in order to prevent my being exposed to lose it? How capricious is it to have made me fight and conquer, to rob me afterwards of the reward of my victory? Do you not condemn those who brave unnecessary danger? Why then did you recall me at so great a hazard, to run so many risks? Or, why would you banish me when I am so worthy to remain? Ought you to have permitted your husband to take the trouble he has done for nothing? Why did you not prevent his taking the pains which you were determined to render fruitless? Why did you not say to him, leave the poor wretch at the other end of the world, or I shall certainly transport him again, alas? The more afraid you are of me, the sooner you ought to recall me home. It is not in your presence I am in danger, but in your absence, and I dread the power of your charms only where you are not. When the formidable Eloisa pursues me, I fly for refuge to Mrs. Walmer, and I am secure. Whither shall I fly if you deprive me of the asylum I find in her? All times and places are dangerous while she is absent, for in every place I find either Clara or Eloisa. In reflecting on the time past, in meditating on the present, the one and the other alternately agitate my heart, and thus my restless imagination becomes tranquil only in your presence, and it is with you only I find security against myself. How shall I explain to you the change I perceive in approaching you? You have always exerted the same sovereign power, but its effects are now different from what they were. In suppressing the transports you once inspired, your empire is more noble and sublime. A peaceful serenity has succeeded to the storm of the passions. My heart, modeled by yours, loves in the same manner and becomes tranquil by your example. But in this transitory repose I enjoy only a short truce with the passions, And, though I am exalted to the perfection of angels in your presence, I no sooner forsake you than I fall into my native meanness. Yes, Eloisa, I am apt sometimes to think I have two souls, and that the good one is deposited in your hands. Ah, why do you seek to separate me from it? But you are fearful of the consequences of youthful desires, extinguished only by trouble and adversity. You are afraid for the young women who are in your house and under your protection. You are afraid of that which the prudent Walmer was not afraid of. How mortifying to me are such apprehensions! Do you then esteem your friend less than the meanest of your servants? I can, however, forgive your thinking ill of me, but never your not paying yourself that respect which is so justly your due. No, Eloisa, the flame with which I once burnt has purified my heart, and I am no longer actuated like other men. After what I have been, should I so debase myself though, but for a moment, I would hide myself in the remotest corner of the earth, and should never think myself too far removed from Eloisa. What, could I disturb that peaceful order and domestic tranquility, in which I take so much pleasure? Could I sully that sweet retreat of innocence and peace, wherein I have dwelt with so much honor? Could I be so base as no, the most debauched, the most abandoned, of men would be affected with so charming a picture? He could not fail of being enamored with virtue in this asylum. So far from carrying thither his licentious manners, he would betake himself thither to cast them off. Could I then, Eloisa, be capable of what you insinuate, and that under your own eyes? No, my dear friend, open your doors to me without scruple. Your mansion is to me the temple of virtue. Its sacred image strikes me in every part of it and binds me to its service. I am not indeed an angel, but I shall dwell in the habitation of angels and will imitate their example. Those who would not wish to resemble them will never seek their company. You see, it is with difficulty I come to the chief object of your last letter, that which I should have first and most maturely considered, and which only should now engage my thoughts if I could pretend to the happiness proposed to me. O Eloisa, benevolent and incomparable friend! In offering me thus your other half, the most valuable present in the universe next to yourself, you do more for me, if possible, than ever you have done before. A blind, ungovernable passion might have prevailed on you to give me yourself, but to give me your friend is the sincerest proof of your esteem. From this moment, I begin to think myself, indeed, a man of real merit, since I am thus distinguished. But how cruel, at the same time, is this proof of it? In accepting your offer, I should belie my heart, and to deserve must refuse it. You know me, and may judge. It is not enough that your charming cousin should engage my affections. I know she should be loved as you are. But will it, can it be? Or does it depend on me to do her that justice, in this particular, which is her due? Alas! If you intended ever to unite me to her, why did you not leave me a heart to give her? A heart which she might have inspired with new sentiments, and which in turn might have offered her the first fruits of love. I ought to have a heart at ease and at liberty, such as was that of the prudent and worthy Orb, to love her only as he did. I ought to be as deserving as he was, in order to succeed him. Otherwise, the comparison between her former and present situation will only serve to render the latter less supportable. The cold and divided love of a second husband, so far from consoling her for the loss of the first, will but make her regret him the more. By her union with me, she will only convert a tender, grateful friend into a common husband. What will she gain by such an exchange? She will be doubly a loser by it. Her susceptible mind will severely feel its loss. And how shall I support a continual sadness of which I am the cause, and which I cannot remove? In such a situation, alas, her grief would be first fatal to me. No, Eloisa, I can never be happy at the expense of her ease. I love her too well to marry her. Be happy? No, can I be happy without making her so? Can either of the parties be separately happy or miserable in marriage? Are not their pleasures and pains common to both? And does not the chagrin which one gives to the other always rebound on the person who caused it? I should be made miserable by her afflictions, without being made happy by her goodness. Beauty, fortune, merit, love, all might conspire to ensure my felicity. But my heart, my froward heart, would counterwork them all, would poison the source of my delights, and make me miserable in the very midst of happiness. In my present situation, I take pleasure in her company. But if I attempt to augment that pleasure by a closer union, I shall deprive myself of the most agreeable moments of my life. Her turn for humor and gaiety may give an amorous cast to her friendship, but this is only whilst there are witnesses to her favors. I may also feel too lively an emotion for her, but it is only when by your presence you have banished every tender sentiment for Eloisa. When she and I are by ourselves, it is you only who render our conversation agreeable. The more our attachment increases, the more we think on the source from which it sprung. The ties of friendship are drawn closer, and we love each other but to talk of you. Hence arise 1,000 pleasing reflections, pleasing to Clara and more so to me, all which a closer union would infallibly destroy. Will not such reflections, in that case too delightful, be a kind of infidelity to her? And with what face can I make a beloved and respectable wife, the confidant of those infidelities of which my heart, in spite of me, would be guilty? This heart could no longer transfuse itself into hers. No longer daring to talk of you, I should soon forbear to speak at all. Honor and duty imposing on me a new reserve would thus estrange from me the wife of my bosom, and I should have no longer a guide or a counselor to direct my steps or correct my errors. Is this the homage she has a right to expect from me? Is this that tribute of gratitude and tenderness which I ought to pay to her? Is it thus that I am to make her and myself happy? Is it possible that Eloisa can have forgotten our mutual vows? For my part, I never can forget them. I have lost all except my sincerity, and that I will preserve inviolate to my last hour. As I could not live for you, I will die unmarried. Nay, had I not already made such a promise to myself, I would do it now. For though it be a duty to marry, it is yet a more indispensable one not to make any person unhappy, and all the sentiments such a contract would now excite in me would be mixed with the constant regret of that which I once vainly hoped for, a regret which would at once be my torment, and that of her who should be unfortunate enough to be my wife. I should require of her those days of bliss which I expected with you. How should I support the comparison? What woman in the world could bear that? Ah, no, I could never endure the thoughts of being at once deprived of you, and destined to be the husband of another. Seek not then, my dear friend, to shake those resolutions on which depends the repose of my life. Seek not to recall me out of that state of annihilation into which I am fallen. Lest, in bringing me back to a sense of my existence, my wounds should bleed afresh, and I should again sink under a load of misfortunes. Since my return, I perceived how deeply I became interested in whatever concerned your charming friend. But I was not alarmed at it, as I knew the situation of my heart would never permit me to be too solicitous. Indeed, I was not displeased with an emotion, which, while it added softness to the attachment I always had for Clara, would assist in diverting my thoughts from a more dangerous object and enable me to support your presence with greater confidence. This emotion has something in it of the pleasure of love without any of its pains. The calm delight I take in seeing her is not disturbed by the restless desire of possessing her. Contented to pass my whole life in the manner I passed the last winter, I find between you both that peaceful and agreeable situation, which tempers the austerity of virtue and renders its lessons amiable. If a vain transport affects me for a moment, everything conspires to suppress it, and I have too effectually vanquished those infinitely more impetuous and dangerous emotions to fear any that can assail me now. I honor your friend no less than I love her, and that is saying everything. But should I consult only my own interest, the rights of the tenderest friendship are too valuable to risk their loss by endeavoring to extend them, and I need not even think of the respect which is her due to prevent my ever saying a single word in private conversation which would require interpretation, or which she ought not to understand. She may perhaps have sometimes remarked a little too much solicitude in my behavior towards her, but she has surely never observed in my heart any desire to express it. Such as I was for 6 months past, such would I be with regard to her, as long as I live. I know none who approach you, so perfect as she is, but were she even more perfect than yourself, I feel that after having been your lover, I should never have become hers. But before I conclude this letter, I must give you my opinion of yours. Yes, Eloisa, with all your prudence and virtue, I can discover in it the scruples of a timorous mind, which thinks it a duty to frighten itself, and conceives its security lies in being afraid. This extreme timidity is as dangerous as excessive confidence. In constantly representing to us imaginary monsters, it wastes our strength in combating chimeras, and by terrifying us without cause makes us less on our guard against, as well as less capable of discerning, real dangers. Read over again, now and then, the letter which Lord B. wrote to you last year on the subject of your husband. You will find in it some good advice that may be of service to you in many respects. I do not discommend your devotion. It is affecting, amiable, and like yourself. It is such as even your husband should be pleased with. But take care lest timidity and precaution lead you to quietism, and lest by representing to yourself danger on every side, you are induced at length to confide in nothing. Don't you know, my dear friend, that a state of virtue is a state of warfare? Let us employ our thoughts less on the dangers which threaten us than on ourselves, that we may be always prepared to withstand temptation. If to run in the way of temptation is to deserve to fall, to shun it with too much solicitude is often to fly from the opportunities of discharging the noblest duties. It is not good to be always thinking of temptations, even with a view to avoid them. I shall never seek temptation. But, in whatever situation Providence may place me for the future, the 8 months I passed at Clarens will be my security, nor shall I be afraid that anyone will rob me of the prize you taught me to deserve. I shall never be weaker than I have been, nor shall ever have greater temptations to resist. I have left the bitterness of remorse, and I have tasted the sweets of victory, after all which I need not hesitate a moment in making my choice. Every circumstance of my past life, even my errors, being a security for my future behavior. I shall not pretend to enter with you into any new or profound disquisitions concerning the order of the universe and the government of those beings of which it is composed. It will be sufficient for me to say that in matters so far above human comprehension, there is no other way of rightly judging of things invisible, but by induction from those which are visible, and that all analogy makes for those general laws which you seem to reject. The most rational ideas we can form of the Supreme Being confirm this opinion. For, although omnipotence lies under no necessity of adopting methods to abridge his labor, it is nevertheless worthy of supreme wisdom to prefer the most simple modes of action, that there may be nothing useless either in cause or effect. In the formation of man, he endowed him with all the necessary faculties to accomplish what should be required of him, and when we ask of him the power to do good, we ask nothing of him but what he has already given us. He has given us understanding to know what is good, a heart to love, and liberty to make choice of it. Therefore, in these sublime gifts consists divine grace, and as we have all received it, we are all accountable for its effects. I have heard, in my time, a good deal of arguments against the free agency of man, and despise all its sophistry. A casuist may take what pains he will to prove that I am no free agent. My innate sense of freedom constantly destroys his arguments. For whatever choice I make after deliberation, I feel plainly that it depended only on myself to have made the contrary. Indeed, all the scholastic subtleties I have heard on this head are futile and frivolous, because they prove too much, are equally used to oppose truth and falsehood, and whether man be a free agent or not, serve equally to prove one or the other. With these kind of reasoners, the deity himself is not a free agent, and the word liberty is in fact a term of no meaning. They triumph, not in having solved the difficulty, but in having substituted a chimera in its room. They begin by supposing that every intelligent being is merely passive, and from that supposition deduce consequences to prove its inactivity, a very convenient method of argumentation truly. If they accuse their adversaries of reasoning in this manner, they do us injustice. We do not suppose ourselves free and active beings. We feel that we are so. It belongs to them to show not only that this sentiment may deceive us, but that it really does so. The Bishop of Cloyne has demonstrated that, without any diversity in appearances, body or matter may have no absolute existence. But is this enough to induce us to affirm that it absolutely has no existence? In all this, the mere phenomenon would cost more trouble than the reality, and I will always hold by that which appears the most simple. I don't believe, therefore, that after having provided in every shape for the wants of man in his formation, God interests himself in an extraordinary manner for one person more than another. Those who abuse the common aids of Providence are unworthy such assistance, and those who made good use of them have no occasion for any other. Such a partiality appears to me injurious to divine justice. You will say, this severe and discouraging doctrine may be deduced from the Holy Scripture. Be it so. Is it not my first duty to honor my Creator? In whatever veneration then I hold the sacred text, I hold its author in a still greater. and I could sooner be induced to believe the Bible corrupted or unintelligible than that God can be malevolent or unjust. St. Paul would not have the vessel say to the potter who formed it, "Why hast thou framed me thus?" This is very well if the potter should apply it only to such services as he constructed it to perform, but if he should censure this vessel as being inadequate to the purpose for which it was constructed, has it not a right to ask, "Why hast thou made me thus?" But does it follow from hence that prayer is useless? God forbid that I should deprive myself of that resource. Every act of the understanding which raises us to God carries us above ourselves. In imploring His assistance, we learn to experience it. It is not His immediate act that operates on us, it is we that improve ourselves by raising our thoughts in prayer to Him. All that we ask aright, He bestows, and, as you observe, we acquire strength in confessing our weakness. But if we abuse this ordinance and turn mystics, instead of raising ourselves to God, we are lost in our own wild imaginations. In seeking grace, we renounce reason. In order to obtain of heaven one blessing, we trample underfoot another. And in obstinately persisting that heaven should enlighten our hearts, we extinguish the light of our understandings. But who are we that should insist on the deities performing miracles when we please in our favor? You know very well, there is no good thing that may not be carried into a blamable excess, even devotion itself, when it degenerates into the madness of enthusiasm. Yours is too pure ever to arrive at this excess, but you have reason to be on your guard against a less degree of it. I have heard you often censure the ecstasies of the pietists, but do you know from whence they arise? From allotting a longer time to prayer than is consistent with the weakness of human nature. Hence the spirits are exhausted, the imagination takes fire, they see visions, they become inspired and prophetical. Nor is it then in the power of the understanding to stop the progress of fanaticism. Now you shut yourself frequently in your closet and are constant in prayer. You do not indeed as yet converse with pietists, but you read their books. Not that I ever censured your taste for the writings of the worthy Fenelon, but what have you to do with those of his disciple? You read Muralt. I indeed read him too, but I make choice of his letters, you of his divine instinct. But remark his end, lament the extravagant errors of that sensible man, and think of yourself. At present a pious, a true Christian, beware Eloisa of becoming a mere devotee. I receive your counsel, my dear friend, with the docility of a child, and give you mine with the zeal of a father. Since virtue, instead of dissolving our attachments, has rendered them indissoluble, the same lessons may be of use to both, as the same interests connect us. Never shall our hearts speak to each other, never shall our eyes meet without presenting to both a respectable object which shall mutually elevate our sentiments, the perfection of the one reciprocally assisting the other. But though our deliberations may be common to both, the conclusion is not, it is yours alone to decide. Cease not then, you who have ever been mistress of my destiny, cease not to be so still. Weigh my arguments and pronounce sentence. Whatever you order me to do, I will submit to your direction, and will at least deserve the continuance of it. Should you think it improper for me to see you personally again, you will yet be always present to my mind, and preside over my actions. Should you deprive me of the honor of educating your offspring, you will not deprive me of the virtues which you have inspired. These are the offspring of your mind, which mine adopts as its own, and will never bear to have them torn from it. Speak to me, Eloisa, freely. As I have now been explicit to what I think and feel on this occasion, tell me what I must do. You know how far my destiny is connected with that of my illustrious friend. I have not consulted him on this occasion. I have neither shewn him this letter nor yours. If he should know that you disapprove his project, or rather, that of your husband, he will reject it himself. And I am far from designing to deduce from thence any objection to your scruples. He only ought to be ignorant of them till you have finally determined. In the meantime, I shall find some means or other to delay our departure, in which, though they may surprise him a little, I know he will acquiesce. For my own part, I had rather never see you more, than to see you only just to bid you again adieu. And to live with you as a stranger would be a state of mortification which I have not deserved. Letter CLVI, from Mrs. Walmer. How does your headstrong imagination affright and bewilder itself, and at what, pray? Truly at the sincerest proofs of my friendship and esteem which you ever experienced. At the peaceful reflections which my solicitude for your real happiness inspired. At the most obliging, the most advantageous and the most honorable proposal that was ever made you. At my desire, perhaps an indiscreet one, of uniting you by indissoluble ties to our family. At the desire of making a relation, a kinsman of an ingrate, who affects to believe I want to discard him as a friend. To remove your present uneasiness, you need only take what I write in the most natural sense the words will bear. But you have long delighted in tormenting yourself with false constructions. Your letters are like your life, sublime and mean, masterly and puerile. Ah, my dear philosopher, will you never cease to be a child? Where, pray, have you learnt that I intended to impose on you new laws, to break with you, and send you back to the farthest part of the world? Do you really find this to be the tenor of my letter? In anticipating the pleasure of living with you, I was fearful of those inconveniencies, which I conceived might possibly arise. Therefore endeavored to remove them, by making your fortune more equal to your merit and the regard I had for you. This is my whole crime. Is there anything in it at which you have reason to be alarmed? Indeed, my friend, you are in the wrong. For you are not ignorant how dear you are to me, and how easy it is for you to obtain your wish without seeking occasion to torment others or yourself. You may be assured that, if your residence here is agreeable to you, it will be equally so to me, and that nothing Mr. Walmer has done for me gives me greater satisfaction than the care he has taken to establish you in this house. I agree to it with pleasure, and know we shall be useful to each other. More ready to listen to good advice than to suggest it to ourselves, we have both occasion for a guide. Who can be more sensible of the danger of going astray than he whose return has cost him so dear? What object can better represent that danger? After having broken through such connections as once subsisted between us, the remembrance of them should influence us to do nothing unworthy of the virtuous motives which induced us to break them. Yes, I shall always think myself obliged to make you the witness of every action of my life, and to communicate to you every sentiment with which my heart is inspired. Ah, my friend, I may be weak before the rest of the world, but I can answer for myself in your company. It is in this delicacy, which always survives true love, and not in Mr. Walmer's subtle distinctions, that we are to look for the cause of that elevation of soul, that innate fortitude we experience. Such an explication is at least more natural, and does more honor to our hearts than his, and has a greater tendency to encourage us to virtue, which alone is sufficient to give it the preference. Hence you may be assured that so far am I from being in such a whimsical disposition as you imagine, that I am just the reverse. In so much that, if the project of your returning to reside here must be given up, I shall esteem such an event as a great misfortune to you, to me, to my children, and even to my husband, on whose account alone you know I have many reasons for desiring your presence. But to speak only of my own particular inclination, you remember your first arrival. Did I show less pleasure at seeing you than you felt in seeing me? Has it ever appeared to you that your stay at Clarens gave me the least trouble or uneasiness? Did you think I betrayed the least pleasure at your departure? Must I go farther and speak to you with my usual freedom? I will frankly confess to you, then, that the 6 last months we passed together were the happiest of my life, and that, in that short space of time, I tasted all the happiness of which my sensibility has furnished me the idea. Never shall I forget one day, in particular of the past winter, when, after having been reading the journal of your voyages and that of your friends' adventures, we supped in the Apollo. It was then that, reflecting on the felicity with which Providence had blessed me in this world, I looked round and saw all my friends about me, my father, my husband, my children, my cousin, Lord B., and you, without counting Fanny, who did not cast the least blemish on the scene. This little saloon, said I to myself, contains all that is dear to my heart, and perhaps all that is desirable in this world. I am here surrounded by everything that interests me. The whole universe to me is in this little spot. I enjoy at once the regard I have for my friends, that which they have for me, and that which they have for each other. Their mutual goodwill either comes from or relates to me. I see nothing but what seems to extend my being, and nothing to divide it. I exist in a manner in all those who are about me. My imagination can extend no farther. I have nothing more to desire. To reflect and to be happy is with me the same thing. I live at once in all that I love. I am replete with happiness and satisfied with life. Come death when thou wilt. I no longer dread thy power. The measure of my life is full, and I have nothing new to experience worth enjoyment. The greater pleasure I enjoyed in your company, the more agreeable is it to me to reflect on it, and the more disquietude also hath everything given me that might disturb it. We will for a moment lay aside that timid morality and pretended devotion with which you reproach me. You must confess at least that the social pleasures we tasted sprung from that openness of heart, by which every thought, every sentiment of the one was communicated to the other, and from which every one, conscious of being what he ought, appeared such as he really was. Let us suppose now any secret intrigue, any connection necessary to be concealed, any motive of reserve and secrecy intruding on our harmony. That moment the reciprocal pleasure we felt in seeing each other would vanish. Shyness and restraint would ensue. We should no sooner meet together than we should wish to part, and at length circumspection and decorum would bring on distrust and distaste. It is impossible long to love those of whom we are afraid or suspicious. They soon become troublesome, Eloisa, troublesome to her friend. No, no, that cannot be. There can be no evils in nature, but such as it is possible to support. In thus freely telling you my scruples, I do not pretend, however, to make you change your resolutions, but to induce you to reconsider the motives on which they are founded, lest, in taking a step, all the consequences of which you may not foresee, you might have reason to repent at a time when you will not dare retract it. As to Mr. Walmer's having no fears, it was not his place to fear, but yours. No one is so proper a judge of what is to be feared of you as yourself. Consider the matter well then, and, if nothing is in reality to be feared, tell me so, and I shall think of it no more. For I know your sincerity, and never can distrust your intentions. Your heart may be capable of an accidental error, but can never be guilty of a premeditated crime, and this it is that makes the distinction between a weak man and a wicked one. Besides, though my objections had really more weight than I am inclined to think they have, why must things be viewed in their most disadvantageous light? Surely there can be no necessity for such extreme precautionary measures. It cannot be requisite that you should break through all your projects and fly from us forever. Though a child in years, you are possessed of all the experience of age. The tranquility of mind which succeeds the noble passion is a sensation which increases by fruition. A susceptible heart may dread a state of repose to which it has been unaccustomed, but a little time is sufficient to reconcile us to our peaceful situation, and in a little time more we give it the preference. For my part, I foresee the hour of your security to be nearer than you yourself imagine. Extremes, you know, never last long. You have loved too much not to become in time indifferent. The cinder which is cast from the furnace can never be lighted again, but before it becomes such, the coal must be totally burnt out. Be vigilant but for a few years more, and you will then have nothing to fear. Your acceptance of my proposal would at once have removed all danger. But, independent of that view, such an attachment has charms enough to be desired for its own sake. And if your delicacy prevents you from closing with my proposals, I have no need to be informed how much such a restraint must cost you. At the same time, however, I am afraid that the pretenses which impose on your reason are many of them frivolous. I am afraid that in piquing yourself on the fulfilling of engagements which no longer exist, you only make a false show of virtue in a constancy for which you are by no means to be commended, and which is at present entirely misplaced. I have already told you that I think the observance of a rash and criminal vow is an additional crime. If yours were not so at first, it is become so now, and that is sufficient to annul it. The promise which no man ought to break is that of being always a man of virtue and resolute in the discharge of his duty. To change when that is changed is not levity, but constancy. And at all times as virtue requires you to do, and you will never break your word. But if there be among your scruples any solid objection, we will examine it at leisure. In the meantime, I am not very sorry that you did not embrace my scheme with the same avidity as I formed it, that my blunder, if it be one, may give you less pain. I had meditated this project during the absence of my cousin, with whom, however, I have since had some general conversation on the subject of a second marriage, and find her so averse to it, that, in spite of the regard which I know she has for you, I am afraid I must exert a greater authority than becomes me to overcome her reluctance. For this is a point in which friendship ought to respect the bent of the inclinations. I will own nevertheless that I still abide by my design. It would be so agreeable to us all, would so honorably extricate you from your present precarious situation in life. would so unite all our interests, and make so natural an obligation of that friendship which is so delightful to all, that I cannot think of giving it up entirely. No, my friend, you can never be too nearly allied to me. It is not even enough that you might be my cousin. I could wish you were my brother. Whatever may be the consequence of these notions, do more justice to my sentiments for you. Make use without reserve of my friendship, my confidence, and my esteem. Remember, I shall not prescribe any rules to you, nor do I think I have any reason to do it. Deny me not, however, the privilege of giving you advice, but imagine not I lay you under any commands. If you think you can securely reside at Clarens, come hither. Stay here. You cannot give me greater pleasure. But if you think a few years' longer absence necessary to cure the suspicious remains of impetuous youth, write to me often in your absence. Come and see us as often as you will, and let us cultivate a correspondence founded on the most cordial intimacy. What pains will not such consolation alleviate? What absence will not be supportable under the pleasing hope of at last closing our days together? I will do yet more. I am ready to put one of my children under your care. I shall think him safer in your hands than my own, and, when you bring him back, I know not which of you will give me the greater pleasure by your return. On the other hand, if you become entirely reasonable, banish your chimerical notions, and are willing to deserve my cousin, come, pay her your best respects and make her happy. Come then, and surmount every obstacle that opposes your success, and make a conquest of her heart. Such assistance as my friendship can give shall not on my part be wanting. Come, and make each other happy, and nothing more will be wanting to render me completely so. But whatever resolution you take, after having maturely considered the matter, speak confidently, and affront your friend no more by your groundless suspicions. Let me not, however, in thinking so much of you, forget myself. My turn to be heard must come at last, for you, as with your friends in a dispute, as with your adversaries at chess, you defend yourself by attacking them. You excuse your being a philosopher by accusing me of being a devotee. I am then, in your opinion, a devotee, or ready to become one? Well, be it so. Contemptible denominations never change the nature of things. If devotion is commendable, why am I to blame in being devout? But perhaps that epithet is too low for you. The dignity of the philosopher disdains the worship of the vulgar. It would serve God in a more sublime manner, and raise even to heaven itself its pretensions and its pride. Poor philosophers, but to return to myself. I have, from my childhood, respected virtue, and have always cultivated my reason. I endeavored to regulate my conduct by human understanding and sentiment, and have been ill conducted. Before you deprive me of the guide I have chosen, give me another on which I may depend. I thought myself as wise as other people, and yet 1,000 others have lived more prudently than I. They must therefore have had resources which I had not. Why is it that I, knowing myself well born, have had reason to conceal my life and conversation from the world? Why did I hate the sin which I committed even in spite of myself? I thought I knew my own strength, I relied on it and was deceived. All the resistance which was in my own power, I think, I made, and yet I fell. How must those have done who have escaped? They must have had a better support. From their example, I was induced to seek the same support, and have found in it a peculiar advantage which I did not expect. During the reign of the passions, they themselves contribute to the continuance of the anxieties they at first occasion. They retain hope always by the tide of desire, and hence we are enabled to support the absence of felicity. If our expectations are disappointed, hope supplies its place, and the agreeable delusion lasts as long as the passion which gave it birth. Thus, in a situation of this kind, passion supports itself, and the very solicitude it causes is a chimerical pleasure which is substituted for real enjoyment. Nay more, those who have no desires must be very unhappy. They are deprived, if I may be allowed the expression, of all they possess. We enjoy less that which we obtain than that which we hope for, and are seldom happy but in expectation. In fact, man, made to desire everything and obtain little, of boundless avarice yet narrow capacity, has received of heaven a consolatory aid, which brings to him in idea everything he desires, displays it to his imagination, represents it to his view, and in one sense makes it his own. But to render such imaginary property still more flattering and agreeable, it is even modified to his passion. But this shadow vanishes the moment the real object appears. The imagination can no longer magnify that which we actually possess, the charms of illusion cease, where those of enjoyment begin. The world of fancy, therefore, the land of chimeras, is the only world worthy to be inhabited. And such is the inanity of human enjoyments that, except that being which is self-existent, there is nothing delightful but that which has no existence at all. If this effect does not always follow in the particular objects of our passions, it is infallible in the common sentiment which includes the whole. To live without pain is incompatible with our state of mortality. It would be in fact to die. He who has everything in his power, if a creature, must be miserable, as he would be deprived of the pleasure of desiring, than which every other want would be more supportable. This is indeed what I have in part experienced since my marriage and your return. Everything around me gives me cause of content, and yet I am not contented. A secret languor steals into the bottom of my heart. I find it puffed up and void, as you formerly said was the case with yours. All my attachments are not sufficient to fill it. This disquietude, I confess, is strange, but it is nevertheless true. Oh, my friend, I am indeed too happy. My happiness is a burthen to me. Can you think of a remedy for this disgust? For my part, I must own that a sentiment so unreasonable and so involuntary has in a great measure diminished the value of life, and I cannot imagine what blessings it can bestow which I want, or with which I should be satisfied. Can any woman be more susceptible than I am? Can she love her father, her husband, her children, her friends, her relations better than I do? Can she be more generally beloved? Can she lead a life more agreeable to her taste? Or can she be more at liberty to exchange it for any other? Can she enjoy better health? Can she have more expedients to divert her, or stronger ties to bind her to the world? And yet, notwithstanding all this, I am constantly uneasy. My heart yearns for something of which it is entirely ignorant. Therefore, finding nothing on this globe capable of giving it satisfaction, my desiring soul seeks an object in another world. In elevating itself to the source of sentiment and existence, its languor vanishes. It is reanimated, it acquires new strength and new life. It thence obtains a new existence, independent of corporeal passions, or rather it exists no longer in me, but in the immensity of the Supreme Being, and, disencumbered for a while from its terrestrial shackles, returns to them again with patience, consoled with the expectation of futurity. You smile at all this, my good friend. I understand you. I have indeed pronounced my own condemnation, having formerly censured the heart which I now approve. To this I have only one word to answer, and that is, I then spoke without experience. I do not pretend to justify it in every shape. I don't pretend to say, this visionary taste is prudent. I only say, it is a delightful supplement to that sense of happiness which, in other things, exhausts itself by enjoyment. If it be productive of evil, doubtless it ought to be rejected. If it deceives the heart by false pleasure, it ought also on that account to be rejected. But after all, which has the greater incentive to virtue, the philosopher with his sublime maxims, or the Christian with his humble simplicity? Who is most happy even in this world, the sage with his profound understanding, or the enthusiast with his rapture of devotion? What business have I to think or imagine when my faculties are all in a manner alienated? Will you say intoxication has its pleasures? Be it so, and be mine esteemed such if you will. Either leave me in this agreeable delirium, or show me a more delightful situation. I have condemned indeed the ecstasies of the mystics, and condemn them still, when they serve to detach us from our duty, and, by raising in us a disgust against an active life by the charms of contemplation, seduce us into that state of quietism which you imagine me so near, and from which I believe myself nevertheless to be as far distant as yourself. I know very well that to serve God is not to pass our lives on our knees in prayer, that it is to discharge on earth those obligations which our duty requires. It is to do, with a view to please Him, everything which the situation in which He hath placed us demands. Il cor gratis, e serva lui cil seu dover compis. We ought first to perform the duties of our station, and then pray when we have time. This is the rule I have endeavored to follow. I don't make that self-examination, with which you reproach me, a task, but a recreation. I don't see why, among the pleasures that are within my reach, I should be forbidden the most affecting and the most innocent of all. I have examined myself with more severity since the receipt of your letter. I have inquired into the effects which that pious inclination, that so much displeases you, produces in my mind, and I can safely say I see nothing that should give me reason to fear, at least so soon as you imagine, the evils of excessive and superfluous devotion. In the first place, I have not so fervent a longing after this exercise as to give me pain when I am deprived of an opportunity, nor am I out of humor at every avocation from it. It never interrupts my thoughts in the business of the day, nor gives me any disgust or impatience in the discharge of my duty. If retirement be sometimes necessary, it is when I have felt some disagreeable emotion, and am better in my closet than elsewhere. It is there that, entering into the examination of myself, I recover my temper and ease. If any care troubles me, if any pain affects me, it is there I go and lay them down. Every pain, every trouble vanishes before a greater object. In reflecting on all the bounties of Providence towards me, I am ashamed to be sensible of such trifling ills, and to forget its greater mercies. I require neither frequent nor long intervals of solitude. When I am affected by involuntary sadness, the shedding a few tears before him who is the comforter of hearts relieves mine in an instant. My reflections are never bitter nor grievous. Even my repentance is free from dread. My errors give me less cause of fear than of shame. I regret that I have committed them, but I feel no remorse nor dread of their effects. The God I serve is a merciful being, a Father, whose goodness only affects me and surpasses all his other attributes. His power astonishes me, his immensity confounds my ideas, his justice but he has made man weak, and though he be just, he is merciful. An avenging God is the God of the wicked. I can neither fear him on my own account, nor pray for his vengeance to be exerted against any other. It is the God of peace, the God of goodness whom I adore. I know, I feel, I am the work of his hands, and trust to see him at the last day such as he has manifested himself to my heart during my life. It is impossible for me to tell you how many pleasing ideas hence render my days agreeable, and give joy to my heart. In leaving my closet in such a disposition, I feel myself more light and gay. Every care vanishes, every embarrassment is removed, nothing rough or disagreeable appears, but all is smooth and flowing. Everything wears a pleasant countenance. It costs me no pains to be in good humor. I love those better whom I loved before, and am still more agreeable to them. Even my husband is more pleased with the disposition which is the effect of such rational devotion. Devotion, he says, is the opium of the soul. When taken in small quantities, it enlivens, it animates, it supports it. A stronger dose lulls it to sleep, enrages or destroys it. I hope I shall never proceed to such extremes. You see, I am not so much offended at the title of devotee as perhaps you intended. But then, I do not value it at the rate you imagine. Yet, I would not have the term devotion applied to an affected external deportment, and to a sort of employment which dispenses with every other. Thus that Mrs. Guyon you mention had in my opinion done better to have carefully discharged her duty as mistress of her family, to have educated her children in the Christian faith, and to have governed her servants prudently, than to compose books of devotion, dispute with bishops, and at last be imprisoned in the Bastille for her unintelligible reveries. I approve just as little of that mystical and metaphorical language, which feeds the heart with chimeras, and in the place of spiritual love, substitutes sentiments too nearly allied to carnal affections, and too apt to excite them. The more susceptible the heart, or lively the imagination, the more we ought to be on our guard against those images by which they may be affected. For how can we see the relations of the mystical object, if we do not at the same time see the sensual, and how can a modest woman have the assurance to contemplate those objects in her imagination, which she would blush to look on? But what sets me most against these devotees by profession is that affectation of manners which renders them insensible to humanity, that excessive pride which makes them look down with pity on the rest of mankind. If ever they condescend to stoop from their imaginary elevation to do an act of charity, it is always done in a manner extremely mortifying to the object. Their pity is so cruel and insulting, their justice is so rigid, their charity so severe, their zeal so bitter, their contempt so much like hatred, that even the insensibility of the rest of the world is less cruel than their pity. Their love for heaven serves them as an excuse for loving nobody on earth. They have even no affection for one another. Nor is there an instance of sincere friendship to be found among people of extreme devotion. The more detached they affect to be from the world, the more they expect from it. And one would think their devotion to God is exerted only that they may have a pretext to exercise his authority over the rest of his creatures. I have such an aversion for all abuses of this kind as should naturally be my security. If nevertheless I am doomed to fall, it will not be voluntarily, and I hope, from the friendship of those who are about me, that it will not be without warning. I must own, I now think that it was possible for my former inquietude concerning my husband to have effected such a change. Happily, the prudent letter of my Lord B, to which you very reasonably refer me, together with his sensible and consolatory conversation, as well as yours, have entirely dissipated my fears and changed my principles. I now see plainly that an intolerant spirit must by degrees become obdurate. For what charity can be long preserved for those who we think must inevitably be damned? To love them would be to hate God for punishing them. To act then on principles of humanity, we must take upon ourselves to condemn actions only and not men. Let us not assume the horrible function of devils. Let us not so lightly throw open the gates of hell for our fellow creatures. Alas! If all those are destined to be eternally miserable who deceive themselves, where is the mortal who can avoid it? O my friends, of what a load have you eased my heart! In teaching me that an error in judgment is no crime, you have delivered me from 1,000 tormenting scruples. I leave to others the subtle interpretation of dogmas which I do not comprehend, and content myself with those glaring truths which strike and at once convince me, those practical truths which instruct me in my duty. As to anything farther, I abide by the rule of your old answer to Mr. Walmer. A man is not master of his own sentiments to believe or disbelieve what he pleases. Can it be a crime for one not to be a logician? No, it is not the business of conscience to instruct us in the truth of things, but in the maxims of our duty. It does not teach us to reason well, but to act aright. In what can my husband be criminal before God? Does he turn his eye from the contemplation of the deity? God himself hath hid his face from his view. He does not shun the truth avoids him. He is not actuated by pride, he does not seek to convert anyone to his own opinion. He is glad they are of a different one. He approves of our sentiments, he wishes he had the same, but cannot. He is deprived of our consolations and our hopes. He acts uprightly without even expecting a recompense. He is in fact more virtuous, more disinterested than we. He is indeed truly to be pitied, but wherefore should he be punished? No, goodness, sincerity, honesty, virtue, these are what heaven requires and what it will undoubtedly reward. These constitute the true service which the deity requires, and that service Mr. Walmer most uniformly performs. If God judges of our faith by our words, to be truly virtuous is to believe in him. A true Christian is a virtuous man. The real infidels are the vicious. Be not surprised, therefore, my dear friend, that I do not dispute with you many particulars of your letter, concerning which we are not of the same opinion. I know too well what you are, to be in pain about what you believe. What do all those idle questions about free agency concern me? Whether I myself have the power to do good, or can obtain it by prayer, if in the end I am enabled to do it, does it not amount to the same thing? Whether I acquire what is wanting by asking for it, or the deity grants it to my prayers, if it be necessary to ask in order to have it, is not this a sufficient explanation? Happy enough to agree about the principal articles of our faith, why need we inquire farther? Ought we to be desirous of penetrating into the bottomless abyss of metaphysics, and, in disputing about the divine essence, throw away the short time which is allotted us here to revere and honor the deity? We are ignorant what he is, but we know that he exists, and that is sufficient. He manifests himself in his works, we feel him constantly within us. We may dispute, but cannot sincerely disbelieve his existence. He has given us that degree of sensibility which enables us to perceive, to embrace him. Let us pity those to whom he has not imparted such a portion of susceptibility, without flattering ourselves that we shall be able to make them sensible of what they cannot see. Let us respect his decrees in silence and do our duty. This is the best method to make proselytes. Do you know any man of better sense or a more enlightened understanding than Mr. Walmer? Do you know anyone more sincere, more upright, more just, less subject to the control of his passions, who will be a greater gainer by divine justice or the soul's immortality? Do you know any man more nervous, more sublime, more convincing in a dispute than Lord B? Is there any person by his virtue more worthy of entering on the defense of the cause of God, more certain of his existence, more sincerely penetrated with the idea of divine majesty, more zealous for his glory and more capable of supporting it. Yet you have been a witness of what passed during 3 months at Clarence. You have seen two men, having the highest esteem and respect for each other, and equally disdainful of the pedantry and quirk of scholastic logic, pass a whole winter in prudent and peaceful, as well as lively and profound argumentations, with a view to convert each other. You have seen them attack and defend themselves, and take every advantage of which human understanding is capable. And that on a subject wherein both, being equally interested, desired nothing so earnestly as to be of one mind. What was the consequence? Their mutual esteem is augmented, and yet both retain their former sentiments. If such an example does not forever cure a prudent man of the rage of dispute, the love of truth, I am sure, never will. For my part, I have thrown aside, and that forever, such an useless weapon, and am determined never to mention a single word more to my husband about religion, unless it be to give a reason for mine. Not that a notion of divine toleration has rendered me indifferent to his. I must confess that, though I am become tranquil about his future state, I do not find I am the less zealous for his conversion. I would lay down my life to see him once convinced of the truth of divine revelation, if not for the sake of his future happiness, at least for his happiness in this life. For of how many pleasures is he not on this account deprived? What sentiments can give him comfort in his afflictions? What spectator excites him to those good deeds he performs in secret? What reward does he hope for from his virtue? How can he look upon death? No, I hope he will not meet it in this terrible situation. There remains but one expedient more for me to try to prevent it, and to that I consecrate the remainder of my life. This is not to convince, but to affect him, to set him a prevailing example, and to make religion so amiable that he shall not be able to resist her charms. Ah, my friend, what a forcible argument against infidelity is the life of a true Christian! Do you believe there is a being on earth proof against it? This is the task I impose on myself for the future. Assist me to perform it. Mr. Walmer is cold but not insensible. What a picture might we lay open to his heart, his friends, his children, his wife, all uniting to his edification. When without preaching about God in our discourses, we shall demonstrate him by those actions which he inspires, by those virtues of which he is the author, by the pleasure we take in his service. When he shall see a sketch of paradise in his own house, when 100 times a day he shall be compelled to cry out, "Human nature is of itself incapable of this. Something divine must prevail here." If my enterprise pleases you, if you find yourself worthy to concur in it, come and let us pass our days together, and never part more till death. If the project displeases or frightens you, listen to the dictates of your conscience. That will teach you your duty. I have no more to say. Agreeable to what Lord B intimates, I shall expect you both towards the latter end of next month. You will hardly know your apartment again, but in the alteration made in it you will discover the care of a good friend, who took a pleasure in ornamenting it for you. You will find there, also, a small assortment of books, which she bought for you at Geneva, of a better taste than the Adonis. Not, but that for the jest's sake you will find that too. You must, however, be discreet, for, as she would not have you know this is her doing, I hasten to finish my letter before she comes to forbid my speaking of it. Adieu, my dear friend. Our party of pleasure to the castle of Chillon will take place tomorrow without you. It will not be the better for that. The bailiff has invited us with our children, which leaves me no excuse. But I know not why, and yet I cannot help wishing we were safe returned. Letter clicks from Fanny Annett. Oh, sir, oh, my benefactor, what tidings do they order me to write to you? Madam, my poor mistress, good God, methinks I see already how frightened you are. But you cannot see the affliction we are all in here. But I have not a moment to lose, I must tell you. I must run that I had already told you all. What will become of you, when you know our misfortune? The whole family went out yesterday to dine at Chillon. The Baron, who was going into Savoy to spend some days at the castle of Blanet, went away after dinner. The company attended him a little way, and afterwards walked along the dike. Mrs. Orb and the bailiff's lady went before with my master. My mistress followed, having hold by one hand of Harriet and by the other of Marcellin. I came after with the eldest. His Honour, the bailiff, who had stayed behind to speak to somebody, came up, and joining the company, offered my mistress his arm, which, in order to accept of, she sent Marcellin to me. I ran forward to meet him while the child did the same towards me. But in running, his foot slipped and he fell unhappily into the water. I screamed out when my mistress, turning her head and seeing the child in the water, flew back in an instant and threw herself in after him. Unhappy that I am, why did I not throw myself in too? Better had I been drowned on the spot. With difficulty I kept the eldest from leaping after its mother, who kept struggling with the other in her arms. No boat nor people were at hand, so that some time passed before they could be got out of the water. The child soon recovered. But as for the mother, the fright, the fall, the condition she was in, none knows better than I the danger of such a fall. She was taken out and remained a good while insensible. The moment she came to herself, she inquired eagerly after the child. Heavens! With what transport did she embrace him! I thought she was quite well again, but her spirits lasted her but for a moment. She insisted on being brought home, but fainted away several times during the journey. By some orders she gave me, I saw she believed she should not recover. Her fears were, alas, too true. She will never recover. Mrs. Orb is a good deal more altered than she. They are all distracted. I am the most sensible in the whole house. Why should I be uneasy? Ah, my good mistress, if I love you, I shall never have occasion for another. Oh, my dear sir, may heaven enable you to support this trial. Adieu, the physician is this moment coming out of the chamber. I must run to meet him. If he gives me hopes, I will let you know it. If I say nothing, you will know too well the cause. Letter CLX from Mrs. Orb. Imprudent, unfortunate man, unhappy dreamer, you will now indeed never see her more. The veil Eloisa is no more. She has herself written to you. I refer you to her letter. Respect, I charge you, her last request. Great and many are the obligations you have to discharge on this side the grave. Letter CLXI from Mr. Walmer. I was unwilling to interrupt the first transports of your grief. My writing to you would but have aggravated your sorrow, as I was no better qualified to relate than you to read our sad tale. At present, possibly, such a relation may not be disagreeable to both. As nothing remains but the remembrance of her, my heart takes a delight in recalling every token of that remembrance to my mind. You will have some consolation in shedding tears to her memory, but of that grand relief of the unfortunate I am constitutionally deprived, and am therefore more unhappy than you. It is not, however, of her illness, but of herself I would write. Another might have thrown herself into the water to save her child. Such an accident, her fever, her death are natural, and may be common to other mortals. But the employment of her last moments, her conversation, her sentiments, her fortitude, all these are peculiar to Eloisa. She was no less singular in the hour of death than she had been during the whole course of her life. And as I was the sole witness to many particulars, you can learn them from me alone. You already know that her fright, her agitation, the fall, and the water she had imbibed threw her into fainting fits, from which she did not recover till after she was brought home. On being carried into the house, she asked again for the child. The child was brought, and seeing him walk about and return her caresses, she became apparently easy and consented to take a little rest. Her sleep was but short, and as the physician was not yet come, she made us sit round on the bed, that is, Fanny, her cousin, and me. She talked to us about her children, of the great diligence and care which her plan of education required, and of the danger of a moment's neglect. Without making her illness of any great importance, she foresaw, she said, that it would prevent her for some time from discharging her part of that duty, and charged us to divide it amongst us. She enlarged on her own projects, on yours, on the most proper means to carry them into execution, on the observations she had made as to what would promote or injure them, and, in a word, on everything which might enable us to supply her place, in the discharge of the duties of a mother, so long as she might be prevented from it herself. I thought so much precaution unnecessary for one who imagined she should be prevented from exercising such employment only for a few days. But what added to my apprehensions was to hear her enter into a long and particular charge respecting Harriet. As to her sons, she contented herself with what concerned their education in the earliest infancy, as if relying on another for the care of their youth. But in speaking of Harriet, she went farther, extending her remarks even to her coming of age, and, being sensible that nothing could supply the place of those reflections which her own experience dictated, she gave us a clear and methodical abstract of the plan of education she had laid down, recommending it to the mother in the most lively and affecting manner. All these exhortations, respecting the education of young persons and the duty of mothers, mixed with frequent applications to herself, could not fail to render the conversation extremely interesting. I saw indeed that it affected her too much. In the meantime, her cousin held one of her hands, pressing it every now and then to her lips and bathing it with tears at every reply. Fanny was not less moved, and as for Eloisa herself, I observed the big tears swell out of her eyes and steal down her cheeks, but she was afraid to let us see she wept, lest it should alarm us. But I then saw that she knew her life was drawing towards its final period. My only hope was that her fears might deceive her, and represent the danger greater than it really was. Unhappily, however, I knew her too well to build much upon such a deception. I endeavored several times to stop her, and at last begged of her not to waste her spirits by talking so much at once on a subject which might be continued at our leisure. "Ah, my dear," replied she, "don't you know that nothing hurts a woman so much as silence? And since I find myself a little feverish, I may as well employ my discourse about useful matters as prattle away the time about trifles." The arrival of the physician put the whole house into a confusion, which it is impossible to describe. All the domestics were gathered about the door of the chamber, where they waited with their arms folded and anxious looks, to know his opinion of their mistress's situation, as if their own destiny were depending. This sight threw poor Mrs. Orbe into such an agony of grief that I began to be afraid for her senses. Under different pretenses, therefore, I dismissed them, that their presence might no longer affect her. The physician gave us indeed a little hope, but in such vague terms that it served to convince me there was none. Eloisa was also reserved on account of her cousin. When the doctor left the chamber, I followed him, which Clara was also going to do. But Eloisa detained her, and gave me a wink which I understood, and therefore immediately told the physician that if there were any real danger, he should as carefully conceal it from Mrs. Orbe as from the patient, lest her despair should render her incapable of attending her friend. He told me the case was indeed dangerous, but that 24 hours being hardly elapsed since the accident, it required more time to form a certain judgment, that the succeeding night might determine the fate of the patient, but that he could not positively pronounce anything till the third day. Fanny alone was by, on his saying this, on whom we prevailed with some difficulty to stifle her emotions, and agreed upon what was proper to tell Mrs. Orbe and the rest of the family. Toward the evening, Eloisa prevailed with her cousin, who had sat up with her the preceding night, and was desirous of continuing her vigilance, to go to bed for some hours. In the meantime, the patient being informed that she was to be bled in the foot, and that the physician was prescribing for her, she sent for him to her bedside and addressed him thus: "Mr. Buffon, when it is necessary to flatter a timid patient as to the danger of his case, the precaution is humane, and I approve of it. But it is a piece of cruelty to lavish equally on all the disagreeable remedies which to many may be superfluous. Prescribe for me everything that you think will be really useful, and I will punctually follow your prescriptions. But as to those of mere experiment, I beg you will excuse me. It is my body and not my mind which is disordered, and I am not afraid to end my days, but to misspend those which remain. The last moments of life are too precious to be thrown away. If you cannot prolong mine, therefore, I beg you will at least not shorten them by preventing me from employing them as I ought. Either recover me entirely or leave me. I can die alone." Thus, my friend, did this woman, so mild and timid on ordinary occasions, know how to exert herself in a resolute and serious manner at this important crisis. The night was cruel and decisive. Suffocation, oppression, fainting, her skin dry and burning. An ardent fever tormented her, during the continuance of which she was heard frequently to call out Marcellin, as if to prevent his running into the water, and to pronounce also another name, formerly repeated on a like occasion. The next day the physician told me plainly that he did not think she could live 3 days. I alone was made privy to this afflicting piece of information, and the most terrible hour of my life was that wherein I kept it a secret in my breast, without knowing what use to make of it. I strayed out alone into the garden, musing on the measures I ought to take, not without many afflicting reflections on the misfortune of being reduced in the last stage of life to that solitude, of which I was sufficiently tired, even before I had experienced a more agreeable one. I had promised Eloisa the night before to tell her faithfully the opinion of the physician, and she had engaged me by every prevailing argument to keep my word. I felt that engagement on my conscience, but what to do, I was greatly at a loss. Shall I, said I to myself, in order to discharge an useless and chimerical duty, afflict her soul with the news and lengthen the pangs of death? To tell her the hour of her dissolution, is it not in fact to anticipate the fatal moment? In so short an interval, what will become of the desires, the hopes, the elements of life? Shall I kill my Eloisa? Thus meditating on what I should do, I walked on with long and hasty strides, and in an agitation of mind I had never before experienced. It was not in my power to shake off the painful anxiety. It remained an insupportable weight on my spirits. At length, I was determined by a sudden thought. For whose sake, said I, do I deliberate? For hers or for mine? On whose principles do I reason? Is it on her system or my own? What demonstration have I of the truth? In support of her system, she also has nothing but opinion, but that opinion carries with it the force of evidence and is in her eyes a demonstration. What right have I, in a matter which relates chiefly to her, to prefer my opinion, which I acknowledge to be doubtful, to hers which she thinks demonstrated? Let us compare the consequences of both. According to hers, her disposition in the last hour of her life will decide her fate to all eternity. According to mine, all that I can do for her will be a matter of indifference in 3 days. According to my system, she will be then insensible to everything. But if she be in the right, what a difference will there be? Eternal happiness or misery? Perhaps that word is terrible, wretch. Risk thy own soul and not hers. This was the first doubt I ever had concerning that skepticism you have so often attacked, but it was not the last. This doubt, however, freed me from the other. I immediately resolved, and for fear my mind should change, ran directly to Eloisa's chamber, where, after dismissing everybody from their attendance, I sat down by her bedside. I did not make use of those trifling precautions which are necessary with little minds. I was indeed for some time silent, but she looked at me and seemed to read my thoughts. Then, holding out her hand, "Do you think," said she, "you bring me news?" "No, my dear friend, I know it already. The cold hand of death is upon me. We must part forever." She proceeded, and continued with me a long conversation, of which I may one day give you an account, and during which she engraved her testament on my heart. If I had indeed been ignorant of her disposition before, her temper of mind at this time would sufficiently have informed me. She asked me if her danger was known in the house. I told her everyone was greatly apprehensive, but that they knew nothing for certain, and that the physician had acquainted me only with his opinion. On this she conjured me carefully to keep it a secret for the remainder of the day. "Clara," continued she, "will not be able to support this stroke, unless it comes from my hand. I shall take upon me that affecting office tonight. It is chiefly for this reason that I desired to have the advice of a physician, that I might not subject her unnecessarily, and merely on my own suggestions to so cruel a trial. Take care that she may know nothing of it before the time, or you will certainly risk the loss of a friend, and your children that of a mother." She then asked me after her father. I owned that I had sent an express to him, but took care to conceal from her that the messenger, instead of contenting himself with delivering my letter as I had ordered him, blundered out a story from which my old friend, falsely collecting that his daughter was drowned, fell downstairs in a swoon and hurt himself, so that he kept his bed at Blanet. The hopes of seeing her father affected her very sensibly, and the certainty I had of the vanity of such hope had no small share in my uneasiness. The paroxysms of the preceding night had rendered her extremely weak, nor did this long conversation at all increase her strength. In this feeble situation, therefore, she strove to get a little sleep in the daytime, nor did I know, till 2 days after, that she did not sleep the whole time. The family continued in great anxiety, every one waiting in mournful silence for each other to remove their uneasiness, yet without daring to ask any questions for fear of being told more than they wished to know. If there were any good news, they said to themselves, everyone would be eager enough to tell it, and the bad we shall know but too soon. In this terrible suspense they were satisfied so long as they heard of no alteration for the worse. Amidst this dreadful silence, Mrs. Orbe only was active and talkative. As soon as she came out of Eloisa's chamber, instead of going to rest, she ran up and down the house, asking what the doctor said to the one and to the other. She had sat up all the preceding night, and could not be ignorant of what she had seen. but she strove even to impose on herself and to distrust the evidence of her senses. Those she interrogated, always giving her favorable answers, encouraged her to ask others, which she continued to do with such an air of solicitude and poignant distress that whoever had known the truth could not have been prevailed upon to tell it her. In the presence of Eloisa, she concealed her anxiety, and indeed the affecting object which she had before her eyes was sufficiently afflicting to suppress her vivacity. She was above all things solicitous to hide her fears from Eloisa, but she could very ill conceal them. Her trouble even appeared in her affectation to hide it. Eloisa, on her part also, spared no pains to deceive her cousin as to the true state of her case. Without making light of her illness, she affected to speak of it as a thing that was already past, seeming uneasy only at the time necessary to restore her. How greatly did I suffer to see them mutually striving to comfort each other, while I knew that neither of them entertained that hope in their own breasts with which each endeavored to inspire the other. Mrs. Orbe had sat up the 2 preceding nights and had not been undressed for 3 days. Eloisa proposed, therefore, that she should retire to her own bed, but she refused. "Well then," said Eloisa, "let a little bed be made up for you in my chamber. If," added she, as if she had just thought of it, "you will not take part of mine." "Come, my dear," says she, "what say you? I am not worse, and if you have no objection you shall sleep with me." This proposal was accepted. For my part, they turned me out of the room, and really I stood in need of rest. I rose early the next morning, and, being anxious for what might have passed in the night, as soon as I heard them stirring, I went into her chamber. From the situation in which Mrs. Orbe appeared the preceding evening, I expected to find her extremely agitated. In entering the room, however, I saw her sitting on the settee, spiritless and pale, or rather of a livid complexion, her eyes heavy and dead, yet she appeared calm and tranquil but spoke little. As for Eloisa, she appeared less feeble than overnight. The tone of her voice was strong and her gesture animated. She seemed indeed to have borrowed the vivacity of her cousin. I could easily perceive, however, that this promising appearance was in a great measure the effect of her fever, but I remarked also in her looks that something had given her a secret joy which contributed to it not a little, but of which I could not discover the cause. The physician confirmed his former opinion, the patient continued also in the same sentiments, and there remained no hope. Being obliged to leave her for some time, I observed, in coming again into her apartment, that everything appeared in great order. She had caused flower-pots to be placed on the chimney-piece. Her curtains were half open and tied back. The air of the room was changed, a grateful odor everywhere diffusing itself, so that no one would have taken it for the bed-chamber of the sick. The same taste and elegance appeared also in her déshabille, all which gave her rather the air of a woman of quality, waiting to receive company, than of a country lady who was preparing for her last moments. She saw my surprise, smiled at it, and guessing my sentiments was going to speak to me, when the children were brought into the room. These now engaged her attention, and you may judge whether, finding herself ready to part from them forever, her caresses were cold or moderate. I even took notice that she turned oftener, and with more warmth, to him who was the cause of her death, as if he was become more dear to her on that account. These embraces, sighs, and transports were all mysterious to the poor children. They loved her indeed tenderly, but it was with that tenderness peculiar to their age. They comprehended nothing of her condition, of the repetition of her caresses, of her regret at never seeing them more. As they saw us sorrowful and affected, they wept, but knew nothing more. We may teach children to repeat the word death, but we cannot give them any idea of it. They neither fear it for themselves or others. They fear to suffer pain, but not to die. When the excess of pain drew complaints from their poor mother, they pierced the air with their cries. But when we talked to them of losing her, they seemed stupid and comprehended nothing. Harriet alone, being a little older than the others, and of a sex in which understanding and sentiment appear earlier than in the other, seemed troubled and frightened to see her little mamma in bed, whom she used always to see stirring about with her children. I remember that, on this occasion, Eloisa made a reflection quite in character, on the ridiculous vanity of Vespasian, who kept his bed so long as he was able to do anything, and rose when he could do no more. "I know not," says she, "if it be necessary that an emperor should die out of his bed. But this I know, that the mother of a family should never take to her bed, unless to die." After having wept over the children and taken every one of them apart, particularly Harriet, whom she kept some time, and who lamented and sobbed grievously. She called them all three together, gave them her blessing, and, pointing to Mrs. Orbe, "Go, my children," said she, "go, and throw yourselves at the feet of your mother. This is she whom Providence has given you, depriving you of nothing in taking me." Immediately they all ran to her, threw themselves on their knees, and laying hold of her hands, called her their good mamma, their second mother. Clara stooped forward to embrace them, but strove in vain to speak. She could only utter a few broken and imperfect exclamations amidst sighs and sobs that stifled her voice. Judge if Eloisa was not moved. The scene indeed became too affecting, for which reason I interrupted it. As soon as it was over, we sat down again round the bed, and, though the vivacity of Eloisa was a little suppressed by the foregoing scene, she preserved the same air of content in her looks. She talked on every subject with all that attention and regard which bespeaks a mind at ease. Nothing escaped her. She was as intent on the conversation as if she had nothing else to think of. She proposed that we should dine in her chamber, that she might have as much of our company as possible for the short time she had to live. You may believe this proposal was not on our part rejected. The dinner was served up without noise, confusion, or disorder, but with as much regularity as if it had been in the Apollo. Fanny and the children dined with us. Eloisa, taking notice that everyone wanted an appetite, had the art to prevail on us to eat of almost everything, one time by pretending to instruct the cook, at another by asking whether she might not venture to taste this or that, and then by recommending it to us to take care of our health, without which we should not be capable of doing her the service her illness required. In short, no mistress of a family, however solicitous to do the honors of her house, could in full health have shewn, even to strangers, more obliging or more amiable marks of her kindness than those which dying Eloisa expressed for her family. Nothing of what I expected happened, nothing of what really happened ever entered my head. In short, I was lost in astonishment. After dinner, word was brought up that the clergyman was come. He came as a friend to the family, as he often favored us with a visit. Though I had not sent for him, as Eloisa did not request it, I must confess to you, I was pleased to hear he was come, and imagine the most zealous believer could not on the same occasion have welcomed him with greater pleasure. His presence indeed promised the removal of many of my doubts, and some relief from my perplexity. You will recollect the motives for my telling her of her approaching end. By the effect which, according to my notions, such a shocking piece of information should have had on her, how could I conceive that which it really had? How could I imagine that a woman, so devout as not to pass a day, when in health, without meditation, who made the exercise of prayer her delight and amusement, should at such a time as this, when she had but 2 days to live, when she was just ready to appear before her awful judge, instead of making peace with God and her conscience, amuse herself in ornamenting her chamber, chatting with her friends, and diverting them at their meals, without ever dropping a word concerning God's grace or her own salvation? What could I think of her and her real sentiments? How could I reconcile her conduct with the notions I had entertained of her piety? How could I reconcile the use she made of her last moments to what she had said to the physician of their great importance? All this appeared to me an inexplicable enigma, for though I did not expect to find her practicing all the hypocritical airs of the devotees, it seemed to me, however, high time to think of what she judged of so much importance, and that it should suffer no delay. If one is devout amidst the noise and hurry of life, how can one be otherwise at the moment we are going to quit it, and when there remains no longer time to think of another? These reflections led me farther than I thought I ever should proceed. I began to be uneasy lest my opinions, indiscreetly maintained, might at length have gained too much upon her belief. I had not adopted hers, and yet I was not willing that she should have renounced them. Had I been sick, I should certainly have died in my own way of thinking, but I was desirous that she should die also in hers. These contradictory notions will appear to you very extravagant. I myself do not find them very reasonable. They were, however, such as really suggested themselves at that time. I do not undertake to justify, I only relate them. At length the time drew near, when my doubts were to be cleared up, for it was easy to see that, sooner or later, the minister would turn the conversation on the object of his duty. And though Eloisa had been capable of disguising her sentiments, it would be too difficult for her to do it in such a manner that a person, attentive and prepossessed as I was, should not see through the disguise. It soon after happened as I expected. To pass over, however, the commonplace compliments with which this worthy clergyman introduced the subject, as well as the affecting manner in which he represented the happiness of crowning a well-spent life by a Christian exit. He added that he had indeed remembered her to have maintained opinions on some points, different from those of the Church, or such as may be most reasonably deduced from the sacred writings. But that, as she had never persisted in defending them, he hoped she would die, as she had lived, in the communion of the faithful, and acquiesce in all the particulars of their common confession. As Eloisa's answer removed at once all my doubts, and differed a good deal from the commonplace discourses on such occasions, I shall give it you almost word for word, for I listened to it very attentively, and committed it to paper immediately after. "Permit me, sir," said she, "to begin by thanking you for all the care you have taken to conduct me in the paths of virtue and Christianity, and for that complacency with which you have borne with my errors when I have gone astray. Filled with a due respect for your zeal, as well as gratitude for all your goodness, I declare with pleasure that it is to you I am indebted for all my good resolutions, and that you have always directed me to do what was right, and to believe what was true. I have lived and I die in the Protestant communion, whose maxims are deduced from Scripture and reason, concerning which my heart hath always confirmed what my lips uttered. And though I may not have had always that docility in regard to your precepts which perhaps I ought, it has arisen from my aversion to all kind of hypocrisy. That which I could not believe, I never could profess. I have always sincerely sought what was most conformable to truth and the glory of my Creator. I may have been deceived in my research. I have not the vanity to think I have always been in the right. I may, indeed, have been constantly in the wrong, but my intention has been invariably good. This was as much as was in my own power. If God did not vouchsafe to enlighten my understanding farther, He is too merciful and just to demand of me an account of what He has not committed to my care. This, sir, is all I think necessary to say on the opinions I profess. As to the rest, let my present situation answer for me. With my head distracted by illness and subjected to the delirium of a fever, is it now a proper time to endeavor to reason better than I did when in health? When my understanding was unimpaired, and as sound as I received it from my Maker, if I was deceived then, am I less subject to be so now? And in my present weakness, does it depend on me to believe otherwise than I did when in full health and strength of body and mind? It is our reason which determines our belief, but mine has lost its best faculties. What dependence, then, could be made on the opinions I should now adopt without it? What now remains for me to do is to appeal to what I believed before, for the uprightness of my intention is the same, though I have lost my judgment. If I am in an error, I am sorry for and detest it, and this is sufficient to set my heart at ease as to my belief. With respect to my preparation for death, that, sir, is made, badly indeed I own, but it is done in the best manner I could, and at least much better than I can do it now. I endeavored to discharge that important part of my duty before I became incapable of it. I prayed in health when I was strong, I struggled with divine grace for favor at present, now I am weak, I am resigned and rely upon it. The best prayers of the sick are patience and resignation. The preparation of death is a good life, I know of no other. While I conversed with you, while I meditated by myself, while I endeavored to discharge the duties which Providence ordained for me, it was then I was preparing myself for death, for meeting my God and Judge at my last hour. It was then I adored Him with all my faculties and powers. What more can I now do, when I have lost them? Is my languid soul in a condition to raise itself to the Almighty? This remnant of a half-extinguished life, absorbed in pain, is it worthy of being offered up to God? No, sir, He leaves it me to employ it for those He taught me to love, and from whom it is His sovereign will that I should now depart. I am going to leave them to go to Him, it is therefore with them I should now concern myself. I shall soon have nothing to do but with Him alone. The last pleasure I take on earth shall be in doing my last duty. Is not that to serve Him, and do His will, to discharge all those duties which humanity enjoins me before I throw it off entirely? What have I to do to calm troubles which I have not? My conscience is not troubled. If sometimes it has accused me, it has done it more when I was in health than at present. It tells me now that God is more merciful than I am criminal, and my confidence increases as I find I approach nearer to him. I do not present him with an imperfect, tardy, or forced repentance, which, dictated by fear, can never be truly sincere, and is only a snare by which the false penitent is deceived. I do not present him with the service of the remnant and latter end of my days, full of pain and sorrow, a prey to sickness, grief, anxiety, death, and which I would not dedicate to his service till I could do nothing else. No, I present before him my whole life, full indeed of errors and faults, but exempt from the remorse of the impious and the crimes of the wicked. To what punishment can a just God condemn me? The reprobate, it is said, hate him. Must he not first make me not love him? No, I fear not to be found one of that number. O thou great eternal being, supreme intelligence, source of life and happiness, creator, preserver, father, lord of nature, God powerful and good, of whose existence I never doubted for a moment, and under whose eye I have always delighted to live. I rejoice that I am going to appear before thy throne. In a few days my soul, delivered from its earthly tabernacle, shall begin to pay thee more worthily that immortal homage which will constitute my happiness to all eternity. I look upon what I shall be, till that moment comes, as nothing. My body indeed still lives, but my intellectual life is at an end. I am at the end of my career, and am already judged from what is past. To suffer, to die, is all that I have now to do, and this is nature's work. I have endeavored to live in such a manner as to have no occasion to concern myself at death, and now it approaches, I see it without fear. Those who sleep on the bosom of a father are in no fear of being awaked. This discourse, begun in a grave and slow voice, and ending in a more elevated and animated tone, made on everyone present, myself not excepted, an impression the more lively, as the eyes of her who pronounced it seemed to sparkle with a supernatural fire. Rays of light seemed to encircle her brow. And, if there be anything in this world which deserves the name of celestial, it was certainly the face of Eloisa, while she was thus speaking. The minister himself was transported at what he heard, and lifting up his hands and eyes to heaven, good God, said he, behold the worship that truly honors thee. Deign to render it propitious, for how seldom do mortals offer thee the like. Madam, continued he, turning to Eloisa and approaching her bed, I thought to have instructed you, but have myself been instructed. I have nothing farther to say. You have that true faith, which knows how to love God. Bear with you that precious repose and testimony of a good conscience, and believe me it will not deceive you. I have seen many Christians in your situation, but never before saw anything like this. What a difference between such a peaceful end and that of those terrified sinners, who implore heaven with vain and idle prayers unworthy to be heard. Your death, madam, is as exemplary as your life. You have lived to exercise your charity to mankind, and die a martyr to maternal tenderness. Whether it please God to restore you to us, to serve us as an example, or whether he is pleased to call you to himself to crown your virtue with its due reward, may we all so long as we survive, live like you, and in the end follow your example in death. We shall then be certain of happiness in another life. He offered now to take his leave, but Eloisa prevailed on him to stay. You are one of my friends, said she to him, and one of those I take the greatest pleasure to see. It is for those my last moments are so precious. We are going to part for too long a time, to part so soon now. He was well pleased to stay, and I went out and left them. At my return, I found the conversation continued still on the same subject, but in a less interesting manner. The minister complained much of that false notion, which makes religion only of use to persons on their deathbed, and represents its ministers as men of ill omen. We are looked upon, says he, in common rather as the messengers of sorrow and death, than of the glad tidings of life and salvation. And that because, from the convenient opinion of the world that a quarter of an hour's repentance is sufficient to efface 50 years of guilt, we are only welcome at such a time. We must be clothed in a mourning habit, and affect a morose air, in short nothing is spared to render us dismal and terrifying. It is yet worse in other religious professions. A dying Roman Catholic is surrounded by objects the most terrifying, and is pestered with ceremonies that in a manner bury him alive. By the pains they take to keep the devils from him, he imagines he sees his chamber full of them. He dies 100 times with fear before he expires, and it is in this state of horror the Church delights to plunge the dying sinner, in order to make the greater advantage of his purse. Thank God, said Eloisa, that we were not brought up in those venal religions, which murder people to inherit their wealth, and who, selling heaven to the rich, would extend even to the other world that unjust inequality which prevails in this. I do not at all doubt that such mournful ideas encourage infidelity and create a natural aversion for that species of worship which adopts them. I hope, continued she, looking steadfastly at me, that he who may educate our children will adopt very different maxims, and that he will not represent religion to them as a mournful exercise by continually setting before them the prospect of death. If they learn once but to live well, they will of themselves know how to die. In the continuation of this discourse, which became less affecting and more interrupted than I shall tell you, I fully comprehended the maxims of Eloisa and the conduct at which I had been surprised. It appeared that, perceiving her situation quite desperate, she contrived only to remove that useless and mournful appearance which the fear of most persons when dying makes them put on. This she did either to divert our affliction, or to banish from her own view a spectacle so moving, and at the same time unnecessary. Death, said she, is of itself sufficiently painful. Why must it be rendered hideous? The care which others throw away in endeavoring to prolong their lives, I will employ to enjoy mine to the last moment. Shall I make an hospital of my apartment, a scene of disgust and trouble, when my last care will be to assemble in it all those who are most dear to me? If I suffer the air to stagnate, I must banish my children or expose their health to danger. If I put on a frightful dress and appearance myself, I shall be known no longer. I shall be no longer the same person you will all remember to have loved, and will be able to bear me no more. I shall, even alive, have the frightful spectacle of horror before me, which I shall be to my friends when I am dead. Instead of this, I have discovered the art to extend my life without prolonging it. I exist, I love, am loved, and live till the last breath forsakes me. The moment of death is nothing, the natural evil is a trifle, and I have overcome all those of opinion. This and a good deal of similar discourse passed between the patient, the minister, sometimes the doctor, Fanny, and me. Mrs. Orbe was present all the while but never joined in the conversation. Attentive to the wants of her friend, she was very assiduous to serve her when she wanted any assistance. The rest of the time she remained immovable and almost inanimate. She kept looking at her without speaking and without understanding anything of what was said. As to myself, fearing that Eloisa would talk too much for her strength, I took the opportunity of the minister and physicians talking to each other aside, to tell her, in her ear, that she talked a great deal for a sick person, and reasoned very profoundly for one who conceived herself incapable of reasoning. Yes, replied she, very low, I talk too much for a person that is sick, but not for one that is dying. I shall very soon have nothing more to say. With respect to argument, I reason no more now. I have done with it. I have often reflected on my last illness. I am now to profit by my reflection. I am no longer capable of reflecting nor resolving. I am now only able to talk of what I have before thought of, and to practice what I have formerly resolved. The remainder of the day passed away in nearly the same tranquillity, and almost in the same manner as if no sick person was in the house. Eloisa, just as in full health, calm and resigned, talked with the same good sense and the same spirit, putting on, now and then, an air of serenity approaching even to sprightliness. In short, I continued to observe a certain appearance of joy in her eyes, which increased my uneasiness, and concerning which I was determined to come to an explanation. I delayed it no longer than the same evening, when, seeing I had an inclination to be left alone with her, she told me I had prevented her, for that she had something to say to me. It is very well, replied I, but as I intimated my intention first, give me leave first to explain myself. Then sitting down by her and looking at her attentively, my Eloisa, said I, my dear Eloisa, you have wounded my very soul. Yes, continued I, seeing her look upon me with some surprise, I have penetrated your sentiments. You are glad to die, you rejoice to leave me. Reflect on my behavior to you since we have lived together. Have I ever deserved on your part so cruel a desire? At that instant she clasped both my hands in hers, and with a voice that thrilled my soul, who? I, said she, I glad to leave you. Is it thus you penetrate my sentiments? Have you so soon forgot our conversation of yesterday? At least, interrupted I, you die content I have seen I see it. Hold, said she, it is indeed true I die content, but it is content to die as I have lived, worthy the name of your wife. Ask of me no more, for I can tell you no more. But here, continued she, taking a folded paper from under her pillow, here is what will unfold to you the mystery. This paper was a letter which I saw was directed to you. I give it to you open," added she, giving it into my hands, "that after having read it you will determine within yourself, either to send or suppress it, according as you think best. I desire, however, you will not read it till I am no more, and I am certain you will grant that request. This letter, my dear Saint Preux, you will find enclosed. She who wrote it, I well know, is dead, but I can hardly bring myself to believe that she no longer exists." She questioned me afterwards, expressing great uneasiness about her father. "Is it possible," said she, "that he should know his daughter to be in danger and she not hear from him? Has any misfortune happened to him, or has he ceased to love me? Can it be that my father, so tender a father, should thus abandon his child? That he should let me die without seeing him, without receiving his last blessing, without embracing him in my last moments? Good God! How bitterly will he reproach himself, when he comes to find that he will see me no more?" This reflection so extremely afflicted her, that I judged she would be less affected to know her father was ill than to suspect his indifference. I therefore determined to acquaint her with the truth, and in fact found her more easy than under her first suspicions. The thoughts of never seeing him again, however, much affected her. "Alas," said she, "what will become of him when I am gone? Shall he live to survive his whole family? What a life of solitude will his be? It is impossible he should long survive." At this moment nature resumed its empire, and the horrors of approaching death were extremely perceptible. She sighed, clasped her hands, lifted up her eyes to heaven, and, I saw plainly, endeavored to pray, with all that difficulty which she before observed, always attended the prayers of the sick. When it was over, she turned to me, and complaining that she felt herself very weak, told me she foresaw this would be the last time we should have an opportunity of conversing together. "I conjure you, therefore," continued she, "by our sacred union, in the name of those dear infants the pledges of our love, harbor no longer such unjust suspicions of your wife. Can I rejoice to leave you? You, the business of whose life it has been to instruct and make me happy. You who, of all the men in the world, were the most capable to make me so. You, with whom only perhaps I could have lived within the bounds of discretion and virtue. No, believe me, if I could set any value upon life, it would be that I might spend it with you. These words, pronounced with great tenderness, affected me to that degree, that as I pressed her hands frequently with my lips, I found them wet with my tears. I never before thought my eyes made for weeping. These tears were the first I ever shed since my birth, and shall be the last till the hour of my death. After having wept the last for Eloisa, there is nothing left on earth that can draw from me a tear. This was a day of great fatigue for poor Eloisa. Her preparation of Mrs. Orb in the preceding night, her interview with the children in the morning, that with the minister in the afternoon, together with the above conversation with me in the evening, had quite exhausted her. She betook herself to rest, and slept better that night than on the preceding, whether on account of her lassitude, or that in fact her fever and paroxysms were less violent. Early the next morning, word was brought me that a stranger, very indifferently dressed, desired very earnestly to speak particularly to Eloisa. And though he was informed of her situation, he still continued his importunity, saying, his business related to an act of great charity, that he knew Mrs. Walmer very well, and that while she had life remaining, she would take pleasure in exerting her benevolence. As Eloisa had established it as an inviolable rule that no person, particularly such as appeared to be in distress, should be turned away, the servants brought me word of the man and his request, on which I ordered him in. His appearance was mean to the greatest degree, being clothed almost in rags, and having in his air and manner all the symptoms of indigence. I did not observe, however, anything further either in his looks or discourse to make me suspicious of him, though he still persisted in his resolution of telling his business to none but Eloisa. I told him that if it related to any remedy he might be possessed of, to save her life, I would give him all the recompense he might expect from her, without troubling her in her present extremity. "No, sir," replied he, "poor as I am, I desire not your money. I demand only what belongs to me, what I esteem beyond all the treasures on earth, what I have lost by my own folly, and what Mrs. Walmer alone, to whom I owe it, can a second time restore." This discourse, though unintelligible, determined me, however, what to do. A designing knave might indeed have said as much, but he could never have said it in the same manner. He required that none of the servants should be present, a precaution which seemed mysterious and strange. I indulged him and introduced him to Eloisa. He had said that he was known to Mrs. Orb. He passed by her, however, without her taking notice of him, at which I was a little surprised. Eloisa recollected him immediately. Their meeting was extremely affecting. Clara, hearing a noise, came forward and soon remembered her old acquaintance, nor without some tokens of joy. But these were soon checked by her affliction. One sentiment only engrossed her attention, and her heart was insensible to everything else. It is needless, I imagine, to tell you who this person was. 1,000 ideas will rise up in your memory and suggest it. But whilst Eloisa was comforting him, however, she was seized with a violent stoppage of her breath and became so ill that we thought she was going to expire. To prevent any further surprise or distraction, at a time when her relief only was to be thought on, I put the man into the closet and bid him lock himself in. Fanny was then called up, and after some time Eloisa recovered from her fit. When, looking round and seeing us all in a consternation about her, she said, "Never mind, children, this is only an essay. It is nothing like so painful as one would think." All was soon tranquil again, but the alarm was so great that I quite forgot the man in the closet, till Eloisa whispered me to know what was become of him. This was not, however, till dinner was served up and we were all sat down to table. I would have gone into the closet to speak to him, but he had locked the door on the inside as I had directed him. I was obliged, therefore, to have patience till after dinner. During our repast, Duboffin, who dined with us, speaking of a young widow who was going to marry again, made some reflections on the misfortunes of widows in general. To which I replied, the fortune of those was still harder who were widows while their husbands were living. "That, indeed, sir," answered Fanny, who saw this discourse was directed to her, "is too true, especially if such husbands are beloved." The conversation then turned upon hers, and, as she always spoke of him very affectionately, it was natural for her to do so now, at a time when the loss of her benefactress threatened to make that of her husband still more severe. This indeed she did in the most affecting terms, commending the natural goodness of his disposition, lamenting the bad examples by which he had been reduced, and so sincerely regretting his loss that, being sufficiently disposed before to sorrow, she burst out into a flood of tears. At this instant the closet door flew open, and the poor man, rushing out, threw himself at her feet, embraced her knees, and mingled his tears with hers. She was holding a glass in her hand, which immediately fell to the ground, while the poor creature was so affected with joy and surprise that she had fallen into a fit, had not proper care been instantly taken to prevent it. What followed is easily imagined. It was known in a moment over the whole house that Claude Annett was come. The husband of our good Fanny, what a festival! He was hardly got out of the chamber before he was stripped of his tatters and dressed in a decent manner. Had each of the servants had but 2 shirts apiece, Annett would soon have had as many as them all. They had indeed so far prevented me that, when I went out with a design to get him equipped, I was obliged to make use of my authority to make them take back the clothes they had furnished him. In the meantime, Fanny would not leave her mistress. In order, however, to give her an opportunity of an hour or two's conversation with her husband, we pretended the children wanted to take an airing, and sent them both to take care of them. This scene did not disturb Eloisa so much as the preceding ones. There was nothing in it disagreeable, and it rather did her good than harm. Clara and I passed the afternoon with her by ourselves, and had 2 hours of calm, uninterrupted conversation, which she rendered the most agreeable and interesting of any we had ever experienced in our lives. She opened it with some observations on the affecting scene we had just beheld, and which recalled strongly to her mind the times of her early youth. Then, following the order of events, she made a short recapitulation of the incidents of her life, with a view to show that, taking it for all in all, she had been fortunate and happy, that she had risen gradually to the highest pinnacle of earthly happiness, and that the accident, which now cut her off in the middle of her days, seemed in all appearance, according to the natural course of things, to mark the point of separation between the good and evil of mortal life. She expressed her gratitude to heaven in that it had been pleased to give her a susceptible and benevolent heart, a sound understanding, and an agreeable person. In that it had been pleased to give her birth in a land of liberty, and not in a country of slaves. That she came of an honorable family, and not of an ignoble or criminal race. That she was born to a moderate fortune, and not either to the superfluous riches of the great, which corrupt the mind, or to the indigence of the poor, which debases it. She felicitated herself that she was born of parents, both of them good and virtuous, replete with justice and honor, and who, tempering the faults of each other, had formed her judgment on theirs, without subjecting her to their foibles or prejudices. She boasted the advantages she had enjoyed of being educated in a rational and holy religion, which, so far from debasing, elevates and ennobles mankind, which, neither favoring impiety nor fanaticism, permits its professors to make use, at the same time, both of faith and reason, to be at once both devout and humane. Then, pressing the hand of Clara, which she constantly held in hers, and looking at her with the most affecting tenderness, "All these blessings," said she, "I have enjoyed in common with others. But this heaven reserved for me alone. I am a woman, and yet have known a true friend. Heaven gave us birth at the same time. It gave us a similarity of inclinations which has subsisted to this hour. It formed our hearts one for the other. It united us in the cradle. I have been blessed with her friendship during my life, and her kind hand will close my eyes in death. Find another example like this in the world, and I have no longer anything to boast. What prudent advice hath she not given me? From what perils hath she not saved me? Under what afflictions hath she not comforted me? What should I indeed have been without her? What should I not have been, had I listened more attentively to her counsel?" Clara, instead of replying, leaned her head on the breast of her friend, and would have stifled her sighs by her tears, but it was impossible. Eloisa embraced her with the most cordial affection, and for a long time a scene of tearless silence succeeded. When they recovered themselves, Eloisa continued her discourse. "These blessings," said she, "were mixed with their inconveniences, such is the lot of humanity. My heart was made for love, difficult as to personal merit, but indifferent to that of opinion. It was morally impossible that my father's prejudices should ever agree with my inclinations. My heart required a lover of its own peculiar choice. Such a one offered himself, I made choice of him, or rather heaven so directed my choice, that though a slave to passion, I should not be abandoned to the horrors of my guilt, and that the love of virtue should still keep possession of my heart, even after I was criminal. He made use of the specious insinuating language of virtue, by which 1,000 base men daily seduce our sex, but perhaps he only of all mankind was sincere. Did I then know his heart? Ah, no. I then knew no more of him than his professions, and yet I was seduced. I did that through despair which others have done through wantonness. I even threw myself, as my father reproached me, into his arms, and yet he loved and respected me. By that respect alone I began to know him truly. Every man capable of such behavior must have a noble soul. Then I might safely have trusted him, but I had done that before, and afterwards ventured to trust in my own strength, and so was deceived." She then went on to lavish encomiums on the merit of this unhappy lover. I will not say she did him more than justice, but the pleasure she took in it was very obvious. She even praised him at her own expense, and by endeavoring to be just to him, was unjust to herself. She went even so far as to maintain that he held adultery in greater horror than she did, forgetting that he himself had disproved any such suggestion. All the other incidents of her life were related in the same spirit. The behavior of Lord B., her husband, her children, your return, our friendship, everything was set in the most favorable light. She recapitulated even her misfortunes with pleasure, as accidents which had prevented greater misfortunes. She lost her mother at a time when that loss was peculiarly felt, but if heaven had been pleased to spare her, a disturbance, fatal to the peace of her family, might have been the consequence. The assistance of her mother, feeble as it was, would have been sufficient to strengthen her resolution to resist the will of her father, whence family discord and scandal would have arisen, perhaps some disaster or dishonor, and perhaps still worse if her brother had lived. She had married a man, against her own inclination, whom she did not love, and yet she maintained that she could not have been so happy with any other man, not even with the object of her passion. The death of Mr. Orbe had deprived her of a friend in the husband, but had restored to her a more amiable one in the wife. She even went so far as to include her uneasiness, her pains, in the number of blessings, as they had served to prevent her heart from being hardened against the sufferings of others. "It is unknown," said she, "the delight of bemoaning our own misfortunes or those of others. A susceptible mind finds a contentment in itself, independent of fortune. How deeply have I not sighed? How bitterly have I not wept, And yet, were I to pass my life again, the evil I have committed would be all that I would wish retrenched, that which I have suffered would be again agreeable. These, Saint Preux, were her own words. When you have read her letter, they will perhaps seem more intelligible. Thus, continued she, you see to what felicity I was arrived. I enjoyed a considerable share of happiness, and had still more in view. The increasing prosperity of my family, the virtuous education of my children, all that I held dear in the world assembled, or ready to be assembled around me. The time present and the future equally flattering, enjoyment and hope united to complete my happiness. Thus raised to the pinnacle of earthly bliss, I could not but descend. As it came before it was expected, it would have taken its flight, while I was delighted in the thoughts of its duration. What could Providence have done to have sustained me on the summit of felicity? A permanent situation is not the lot of mankind. No, when we have acquired everything, we must lose something, though it were from no other cause than that the pleasure of enjoyment diminishes by possession. My father is already in the decline of life, my children of an age when life is very uncertain. How many losses might not hereafter assist me, without my having it in my power to repair, or console myself under one? A mother's affection constantly increases, whilst the tenderness of her offspring diminishes in proportion as they are absent or reside at a distance from her. Mine, as they grow up, would be taken from me. They would live in the great world and might neglect me. You intend to send one of them to Russia. How many tears would not his departure and absence cost me? All by degrees would be detached from me, and I should have nothing to supply their loss. How often should I find myself not in the situation in which I now am going to leave you? And after all, I must still die. Die perhaps the last of you all, alone and forsaken. The longer one lives, the more desirous we are of living, even when our enjoyments are at an end. Hence I might survive till life became a burthen, and yet should fear to die. 'Tis the ordinary consequence of old age. Instead of that, my last moments are now agreeable, and I have strength to resign myself to death, if death it may be called to leave behind us what we love. No, my friends, my children, think not that I shall leave you. I will remain with you. In leaving you thus united, my heart, my soul, will still reside among you. You will see me continually among you. You will perceive me perpetually near you. The time will also come when we shall be united again, nor shall the virtuous Walmer himself escape me. My return to God speaks peace to my soul, and sweetens the bitter moment that approaches. It promises me for you also the same felicity. I have been happy, I am still happy, and am going to be so forever. My happiness is determined, beyond the power of fortune, to all eternity. Just then the minister entered. Eloisa was truly the object of his respect and esteem, nobody knowing better than he the liveliness and sincerity of her belief. He was but too much affected with the conversation he had held with her the day before, and above all with the serenity and fortitude he had observed in her. He had often seen persons die with ostentation, but never with such calmness. Perhaps also to the interest he took in her situation was added a little curiosity to see whether such her uncommon serenity would last to the end. Eloisa had no occasion to change the subject of discourse to render it more agreeable to the character of our visitor. As her conversation when in health was never on frivolous topics, so now she continued, on her sickbed, to talk over with the same tranquillity such subjects as she thought most interesting to herself and her friends, speaking indifferently on matters by no means indifferent in themselves. Thus, following the chain of her ideas relative to her notions of remaining with her friends, the discourse turned on the situation of the soul separated from the body. When she took occasion to admire the simplicity of such persons, who promised on their deathbeds to come back to their friends and bring them news of the other world. This, continued she, is just as reasonable as the stories of ghosts and apparitions that are said to commit 1,000 disorders and torment credulous good women, as if departed spirits had lungs to scold and hands to fight with. How is it possible for a pure spirit to act upon a soul enclosed in a body, and which, by virtue of its union with such body, can perceive nothing but by means of the corporeal organs? This is not to be conceived. I must confess, however, I see nothing absurd in supposing that the soul, when delivered from the body, should return, wander about, or perhaps reside near the persons of such as were dear to it in life. Not indeed to inform them of its existence, it has no means of communicating such information. Neither can it act on us, or perceive what we act, for want of the organs of sense necessary to that end. But methinks it might become acquainted with our thoughts and perceptions, by an immediate communication similar to that by which the deity is privy to all our thoughts, and by which we reciprocally read the thoughts of each other in coming face to face. For, added she, turning to the minister, of what use can the senses be when there is nothing for them to do? The Supreme Being is neither seen nor understood. He only makes himself felt. He speaks neither to the eyes nor the ears, but only to the heart. I understood, by the answer of the pastor, and from some signs which passed between them, that the resurrection of the body had been one of the points on which they had formerly disputed. I perceived also that I now began to give more attention to the articles of Eloisa's religion, where her faith seemed to approach the bounds of reason. She seemed to take so much pleasure in these notions that, had she not been predetermined to abide by her former opinions, it had been cruelty to endeavor to invalidate one that seemed so agreeable to her in her present condition. What an additional pleasure, said she, have I not 100 times taken, in doing a good action, in the imagination that my good mother was present, and that she knew the heart and approved the intentions of her daughter. There is something so comfortable in the thoughts of living under the eyes of those who were dear to us, that with respect to ourselves, they can hardly be said to be deceased. You may judge whether Clara's hand was not frequently pressed during this discourse. The minister had replied hitherto with a good deal of complacency and moderation. He took care, however, not to forget his profession for a moment, but opposed her sentiments on the business of another life. He told her the immensity, glory, and other attributes of God would be the only objects which the souls of the blessed would be employed in contemplating. That such sublime contemplation would efface every other idea, that we should see nothing, that we should remember nothing, even in heaven, but that after so ravishing a prospect, everything earthly would be lost in oblivion. That may well be, returned Eloisa. There is such an immense distance between the lowness of our thoughts and the divine essence that we cannot judge what effect it may have on us when we are in a situation to contemplate its beauty. But, as I have hitherto been able to reason only from my ideas, I must confess that I leave some persons so dear to me that it would grieve me much to think I should never remember them more. One part of my happiness, say I, will consist in the testimony of a good conscience. I shall certainly remember then how I have acted on earth. If I remember this, I cannot forget those persons who were dear to me, who must be still so. To see them no more then will be a pain to me, and pain enters not into the mansions of the blessed. But if, after all, I am mistaken, says she, smiling, a mistake for a day or two will be soon at an end. I shall know, sir, in a short time, more on this subject than even yourself. In the meantime, this I am well assured of, that so long as I remember that I have lived on earth, so long shall I esteem those I loved there, among whom my worthy pastor will not have the lowest place. In this manner passed the conversation all that day, during which Eloisa appeared to have more ease, more hope and assurance than ever, seeming, in the opinion of the minister, to enjoy a foretaste of that happiness she was going to partake among the blessed. Never did she appear more tender, more amiable, in a word, more herself than at this time, always sensible, sentimental, possessing the fortitude of the philosopher and the mildness of a Christian. Nothing of affectation, nothing assuming or sententious escaped her. Her expression always dictated by her sentiments with the greatest simplicity of heart. If sometimes she stifled the complaints which her sufferings might have drawn from her, it was not through affectation of a stoical intrepidity, but to prevent those who were about her from being afflicted. And when the pangs of approaching death triumphed over her strength, she strove not to hide her sufferings, but permitted us to comfort her. And when she recovered from them a little, comforted us in her turn. In the intervals of her pain, she was cheerful, but her cheerfulness was extremely affecting, a smile sitting frequently on the lip, while the eye ran over with tears. To what purpose is that terror which permits us not to enjoy what we are going speedily to lose? Eloisa was even more pleasing, more amiable than when in health, and the last day of her life was the most glorious of all. Towards the evening she had another fit which, though not so severe as that in the morning, would not permit us to leave the children long with her. She remarked, however, that Harriet looked changed, and though we accounted for it by saying she wept much and eat little, she said no, her illness was in the blood. Finding herself better, she would have us sup in her own chamber, the doctor being still with her. Fanny also, whom we always used to send for when we chose she should dine or sup at our table, came up unsent for, which Eloisa perceiving, she smiled and said, "Yes, child, come, you shall sup with me tonight. You may have your husband longer than you will have your mistress." Then turning to me, she said, "I shall have no need to recommend Claude Annett to your protection." "No," replied I, "whosoever you have honored with your benevolence needs no other recommendation to me." Eloisa, finding she could bear the light, had the table brought near the bed, and what is hardly to be conceived of one in her situation, she had an appetite. The physician, who saw no danger in gratifying her, offered her a bit of chicken, which she refused, but desired a bit of fish, which she eat with a little bread and said it was very good. While she was eating, you should have seen the looks of Mrs. Orb, you should have seen, I say, for it is impossible to describe them. What she eat was so far from doing her harm that she seemed the better for it during the remainder of the repast. She was even in such good humor as to take upon her to complain that we had been so long without wine. "Bring," says she, "a bottle of Spanish wine for these gentlemen." By the looks of the physician, she saw he expected to taste some genuine Spanish wine, and casting her eyes at Clara, smiled at the conceit. In the meantime, Clara, without giving attention to that circumstance, looked with extreme concern, sometimes at Eloisa, and then on Fanny, of whom her eyes seemed to say or ask something, which I could not understand. The wine did not come so soon as was expected. The valet de chambre, who was entrusted with the key of the cellar, having taken it away through mistake. On inquiry, indeed, it was found that the provision intended for one day had lasted 5, and that the key was gone without any body's perceiving the want of it, notwithstanding the family had sat up several nights. The physician was amazed, and for my part, at a loss whether I should attribute this forgetfulness to the concern or the sobriety of the servants. I was ashamed to make use of ordinary precautions with such domestics, and therefore ordered the door of the cellar to be broke open, and that for the future every one might drink at their discretion. At length a bottle was brought us, and the wine proved excellent, when the patient, having a mind to taste it, desired some mixed with water, on which the doctor gave her a glass, and ordered her to drink it unmixed. Clara and Fanny now cast their eyes more frequently at each other, but with looks timid and constrained, as if they were fearful of saying too much. Her fasting, weakness, and ordinary way of living made the wine have a great effect on Eloisa. She perceived it, and said she was intoxicated. "After having deferred it so long," said she, "it was hardly worth while to begin to make me tipsy now, for a drunken woman is a most odious sight." In fact, she began to prattle sensibly, however, as usual, but with more vivacity than before. It was astonishing, nevertheless, that her color was not heightened. Her eyes sparkled only with a fire moderated by the languor of her illness, and excepting her paleness, she looked to be in full health. Clara's emotion became now extremely visible. She cast a timid look alternately on Eloisa, on me, on Fanny, and above all on the physician. These were all expressive of so many interrogatories which she was desirous but fearful to make. One would have thought every moment that she was going to speak, but that the fear of a disagreeable reply prevented her. Indeed, her disquietude appeared at length so great that it seemed oppressive. Fanny, encouraged by all these signs and willing to relieve her, attempted to speak, but with a trembling voice, faltering out that her mistress seemed to have been in less pain, to I that her last convulsion was not so strong as the preceding that the evening seemed, and there she stopped. Clara, who trembled like a leaf while Fanny was speaking, now fixed her eyes on the physician, listening with all her attention and hardly venturing to breathe lest she should not perfectly understand what he was going to say. A man must have been stupid not to have guessed the meaning of all this. Du Boffin got up, felt the pulse of the patient, and said, "Here is neither intoxication nor fever. The pulse promises well." Clara rose up in a moment, and addressing the doctor with the utmost impatience, would have interrogated him more particularly, but her speech failed her. "How, sir?" said she. "The pulse?" "The fever." She could say no more, but her eyes sparkled with impatience, and not a muscle in her face but indicated the most disquieting curiosity. The doctor, however, made no answer, but took up the patient's hand again, examined her eyes and her tongue, and having stood silent a while said, "I understand you, madam. But it is impossible for me to say anything positively at present, only this, that if the patient is in the same situation at this hour tomorrow morning, I will answer for her life." The words had scarce dropped from his lips before Clara, rushing forward quick as lightning, overturned 2 chairs and almost the table to get at him, when she clung round his neck and kissed him 100 times, sobbing and bathing his face with her tears. With the same impetuosity, she took a ring of value from her finger and put it forcibly on his, crying out, as well as she could, quite out of breath, "Oh, sir, if you do but restore her to us, it is not one life only you will be so happy as to save." Eloisa saw and heard this, which greatly affected her. Looking on her friend, therefore, she thus broke out in a sorrowful and moving tone, "Cruel Clara, how you make me regret the loss of life! Are you resolved to make me die in despair? Must you be a second time prepared?" These few words were like a clap of thunder. They immediately extinguished her transports, but could not quite stifle her rekindled hopes. The doctor's reply to Mrs. Orbe was immediately known throughout the house, and the honest domestics already conceded their mistress half restored. They unanimously resolved, therefore, to make the doctor a present, on her recovery, to which each contributed 3 months' wages, and the money was immediately put into the hands of Fanny, some borrowing of the others what they wanted to make up their quota of the sum. This agreement was made with so much eagerness and haste that Eloisa heard in her bed the noise of their acclamations. Think, my friend, what an effect this must have had on the heart of a woman who felt herself dying. She made a sign to me to come near, and whispered in my ear, "See how they make me drink to the very bottom that bitter yet sweet cup of sensibility." When it was time to retire, Mrs. Orbe, who still partook of her cousin's bed, called her women to sit up that night to relieve Fanny. The latter, however, objected to the proposal, and seemingly with greater earnestness than she would have done, had not her husband been come. Mrs. Orbe persisted notwithstanding in her design, and both of them passed the night together in the closet. I sat up in the next chamber, but the hopes which the domestics entertained had so animated their zeal, that neither persuasions nor threats could prevail on one of them to go to bed that night. Thus the whole house sat up all night under so much impatience, that there was not one of the family who would not have gladly given a whole year of his life to have had it 9 o'clock in the morning. I frequently heard them walking in her chamber during the night, which did not disturb me, but toward the morning, when things seemed more quiet and still, I was alarmed at a low, indistinct noise that seemed to come from Eloisa's room. I listened and thought I could now distinguish the groans of a person in extremity. I ran into the room, threw open the curtain, and there, oh, Saint Preux! There I saw them both, those amiable friends, motionless, locked in each other's embrace, the one fainted away and the other expiring. I cried out and hastened to prevent or receive her last sigh, but it was too late. Eloisa was no more. I can give you no account of what passed for some hours afterwards, being ignorant of what befell myself during that time. As soon as I was a little recovered from my first surprise, I inquired after Mrs. Orbe, and learnt that the servants were obliged to carry her into her own chamber, where at last they were forced to confine her to prevent her returning into that of Eloisa, which she had several times done, throwing herself on the body, embracing, chasing, and kissing it in a kind of frenzy, and exclaiming aloud in 1,000 passionate expressions of fruitless despair. On entering her apartment, I found her absolutely frantic, neither seeing nor minding anything, knowing nobody, but running about the room and wringing her hands, sometimes muttering in a hollow voice some extravagant words, and at others sending forth such terrible shrieks as to make one shudder with horror. On the feet of the bed sat her woman, frightened out of her wits, not daring to breathe or stir, but seeking to hide herself and trembling every limb. In fact, the convulsions, which at this time agitated the unhappy Clara, had something in them most terrifying. I made a sign that her woman should retire, fearing lest a single word of consolation, untimely offered, might have put her into an actual fury. I did not attempt, therefore, to speak to her, as she could neither have listened to or understood me, but observing after some time that her strength was quite exhausted with fatigue, I placed her on a settee, then sitting down by her and holding her hands, I ordered the children to be brought in and called them round her. Unhappily, the first she took notice of was him that was the innocent cause of her friend's death. The sight of him I could see made her tremble. Her countenance changed, she turned away her looks from him in a kind of horror, and struggled to get her hands loose to push him from her. I called him then to me. "Unfortunate boy," said I, "for having been too dear to the one, you are become hateful to the other. It is plain their hearts were not in everything alike. She was extremely angry at what I said and retorted it severely. It had nevertheless its effect in the impression it made on her. For she immediately took the child up in her arms and attempted to kiss him, but could not, and set him down again immediately. She did not even look upon him with the same pleasure as on the other, and I am very glad it is not this boy which is intended for her daughter. Ye susceptible minds, what would you have done in my situation? You would have acted like Mrs. Orb. After having taken care of the children and of Clara, and given the necessary orders about the funeral, it was necessary for me to take my horse and be the sorrowful messenger of the heavy tidings to an unhappy father. I found him still in pain from his hurt, as well as greatly uneasy and troubled about the accident which had befallen his daughter. I left him overwhelmed with the sorrow of the aged, which breaks not out into external appearances, which excites neither transport nor exclamation, but preys inwardly and fatally on the heart. That he will never overcome his grief I am certain, and I can plainly foresee the last stroke that is wanting to complete the misfortune of his friend. The next day I made all possible haste, in order to be at home early and pay the last honors to the worthiest of women, but all was not yet over. She must be made to revive, to afflict me with the loss of her a second time. As I drew near my house, I saw one of my people come running out to meet me, who cried out from as far as he could be heard, Sir, make haste, my mistress is not dead." I could not comprehend what he meant, but made all the haste I could, and found the courtyard full of people, crying for joy and calling out aloud for blessings on Mrs. Walmer. I asked the reason of all this. Everyone was transported with joy, but no body could give me a reasonable answer, for as to my own people their heads were absolutely turned. I made the best of my way therefore to Eloisa's apartment, where I found more than 20 persons on their knees round the bed, with their eyes attentively fixed on the corpse, which, to my great surprise, I saw dressed out and lying on the bed. My heart fluttered, and I examined into her situation. But alas, she was dead and cold. This moment of false hope, so soon and so cruelly extinguished, was the most afflicting moment of my whole life. I am not apt to be choleric, but I found myself on this occasion extremely angry and resolved to come at the bottom of this extravagant scene. But all was so disguised, so altered, so changed, that I had the greatest difficulty in the world to come at the truth. At length, however, I unraveled the mystery, and thus it was. My father-in-law, being alarmed at the accident he had heard, and thinking he could spare his valet de chambre, had sent him over before my arrival to learn the situation of his daughter. This old servant, being fatigued with riding on horseback, had taken a boat, and, crossing the lake in the night, arrived at Clarens the very morning of the day in which I returned. On his arrival he saw the universal consternation the house was in, and learning the cause went sobbing up to Eloisa's apartment, where, throwing himself on his knees by the bedside, he wept and contemplated the features of his departed mistress. Then, giving vent to his sorrows, he cried out, "Ah, my good mistress! Ah, why did it not please God to take me instead of you? Me, that am old, that have no connections, that can be of no more service on the face of the earth. But to take you, in the flower of youth, the pride of your family, the blessing of your house, the hope of the unfortunate, alas! Was I present at your birth, thus to behold you dead." In the midst of these and such like exclamations, which flowed from the goodness and sincerity of his heart, the weak old man, who kept his eyes still fixed on the corpse, imagined he saw it move. Having once taken this into his head, he imagined farther that Eloisa turned her eyes, looked at him, and made a sign to him with her head. Upon this he rose up in great transport and ran up and down the house, crying out his mistress was not dead, that she knew him, and that he was sure she was living and would recover. This was sufficient to call every body together, the servants, the neighbors, and the poor, who before made the air resound with their lamentations, now all as loudly cried out in transport, "She is not dead. She lives, she lives." The noise spread and increased. The common people, all fond of the marvelous, readily propagated the news. Everyone easily believed what he wished might be true, and sought to give others pleasure by countenancing the general credulity. So that, in a short time, the deceased was reported not only to have made a motion with her head, but to have walked about, to have conversed, and see more than 20 witnesses having had ocular proofs of circumstances that never happened or existed. No sooner were they possessed with the notion of her being alive, but 1,000 efforts were made to restore her. They pressed in crowds about her bed, spoke to her, threw spirits in her face, felt for her pulse, and did everything their foolish apprehensions suggested to recover her, till her women, justly offended at seeing the body of her mistress surrounded by a number of men, got every body turned out of the room and soon convinced themselves how egregiously they had been deceived. Incapable, however, of resolving to put end to so agreeable an error, or perhaps still hoping for some miraculous event, they clothed the body with care, and though her wardrobe was left to them, they did not spare the richest apparel. After which, laying her out on the bed, and leaving the curtains open, they returned to their tears amidst the public rejoicings of the multitude. I arrived in the height of this frenzy, but when I became acquainted with the cause, found it impossible to bring the crowd to reason, and that if I had shut up my doors and had ordered the immediate burial of the corpse, it might have occasioned some disturbance, or that I should have passed, at least, for a parricide of a husband who had buried his wife alive, and should have been held in detestation by the whole country. I resolved, therefore, to defer the funeral. After 36 hours, however, I found by the extreme heat of the weather, the corpse began to change, and though the face preserved its features and sweetness, there seemed even there some signs of alteration. I mentioned it to Mrs. Orbe, who sat in a continued stupor at the head of the bed. Not that she was so happy as to be the dupe of so gross a delusion, but she pretended to be so, that she might continue in the chamber and indulge her sorrows. She understood my design and silently withdrew. In a moment after, however, she returned, bringing in her hand that veil of gold tissue embroidered with pearls, which you brought her from the Indies. When, coming up to the bed, she kissed the veil, and spreading it over the face of her deceased friend, she cried out with a shrill voice, "Accursed be that sacrilegious hand which shall presume to lift up this veil. Accursed be that impious eye which shall dare to look on this disfigured face." This action and imprecation had such an effect on the spectators, that, as if by a sudden inspiration, it was repeated by one and all from every quarter. Such an impression indeed did it make on our servants and the people in general, that the deceased being put into the coffin, dressed as she was, and with the greatest caution, was carried away and buried in the same attire, without any person daring to touch the veil that covered her face. Those are certainly the most unhappy who, beside the supporting their own sorrows, are under the necessity of consoling others. Yet this is my task with my father-in-law, with Mrs. Orbe, with friends, with relations, with my neighbors, and with my own household. I could yet support it well enough with all but my old friend and Mrs. Orbe, but you must be a witness to the affliction of the latter to judge how much it adds to mine. So far from taking my endeavors to comfort her in good part, she even reproaches me for them. My solicitude offends her, and the coldness of my affliction but aggravates hers. She would have my grief be as bitter and extravagant as hers. Her barbarous affliction would gladly see the whole world in despair. Everything she says, everything she does looks like madness. I am obliged, therefore, to put up with everything, and am resolved not to be offended. In serving her who is beloved by Eloisa, I conceive I do a greater honor to her memory than by fruitless tears and lamentations. You will be able to judge, from one instance, of the rest of her behavior. I thought I had gained my point by engaging her to take care of herself, in order to be able to discharge those duties which her dying friend had imposed on her. Reduced very low by convulsions, abstinence, and want of rest, she seemed at length resolved to attempt her usual method of living, and to come to table in the dining-room. The first time, however, I ordered the children to dine in the nursery, being unwilling to run the hazard of this essay in their presence. Violent passions of every kind being one of the most dangerous objects that can be shewn to children. For the passions, when excessive, have always something puerile and diverting to young minds, by which they are seduced to admire what they ought to dread. On entering the dining-room, she cast her eye on the table and saw covers laid for 2 persons only, at which she flung herself into the first chair that stood next her, refusing to come to table. I imagined I knew the reason, and ordered a 3rd plate to be set on the table, at the place where her cousin used generally to sit. She then permitted me to lead her to her seat without reluctance, placing herself with great caution, and disposing her gown as if she was afraid to incommode the empty chair. On putting the first spoonful of soup to her mouth, however, she withdrew it, and asked with a peevish air what business that plate had there when nobody made use of it. I answered she was in the right and had it taken away. She then strove to eat but could get nothing down, By degrees her stomach swelled, her breath grew short, and all at once she started up and returned to her own chamber, without saying a word or hearing anything that I said to her, obstinately refusing everything but tea all that day. The next day I had the same task to begin again. I now conceived the best way to bring her to reason was to humor her, and to endeavor to soften her despair by more tender sentiments. You know how much her daughter resembles Mrs. Walmer, that she took a pleasure in heightening that resemblance by dressing her in the same manner, having brought several clothes for her from Geneva, in which she used to dress her like Eloisa. I ordered Harriet therefore to be dressed, as much in imitation of Eloisa as possible, and, after having given her lesson, placed her at table where Eloisa used to sit, 3 covers being laid as the day before. Clara immediately comprehended my design and was affected, giving me a tender and obliging look. This was the first time she seemed sensible of my assiduity, and I promised myself success from the expedient. Harriet, proud to represent her little mamma, played her part extremely well, so well indeed that I observed the servants in waiting shed tears. She nevertheless always gave the name of mamma to her mother, and addressed her with proper respect. At length, encouraged by success and my approbation, she ventured to put her hand to the soup spoon and cried, "Clara, my dear, do you choose any of this?" The gesture, tone, and manner in which she spoke this were so exactly like those of Eloisa that it made her mother tremble. A moment after, however, she burst into a fit of laughter, and offering her plate, replied, "Yes, child, give me a little, you are a charming creature." She then began to eat with an eagerness that surprised me. Looking at her with some attention, I saw something wild in her eyes and a greater impatience in her action and manner than usual. I prevented her therefore from eating any more, and 'twas well I did so, for an hour after she was taken extremely ill with a violent surfeit, which, had she continued to eat more, might have been fatal. From this time, I resolved to try no more projects of this kind, as they might affect her imagination too much. Sorrow is more easily cured than madness. I thought it better therefore to let her suffer under the one a little longer, than run the hazard of driving her into the other. This is the situation, my friend, in which we are at present. Since the Baron's return, indeed, Clara goes up every morning to his apartment, whether I am at home or abroad, where they generally pass an hour or 2 together. She begins also to take a little more notice of the children. One of them has been sick. This accident has made her sensible that she has still something to lose, and has animated her zeal to the discharge of her duty. Yet with all this she is not yet sufficiently sorrowful. Her tears have not yet begun to flow. We wait for you to draw them forth, for you to dry them up again. You cannot but understand me. Think of the last advice of Eloisa. It was indeed first suggested by me, and I now think it more than ever prudent and useful. Come and be reunited to all that remains of Eloisa. Her father, her friend, her husband, her children, all expect you. All desire your company, which cannot fail of being universally useful. In a word, without farther explanations, come, partake and cure us of our sorrows. I shall perhaps be more obliged to you than to any other man in the world. Letter CLZ, from Eloisa. This letter was enclosed in the preceding. Our projects are at an end. Circumstances, my good friend, are changed. Let us bear it without murmuring. It is the will of consummate wisdom. We pleased ourselves with the thoughts of being reunited. Such a reunion was not good for us. The goodness of Providence has prevented it, without doubt to prevent our misery. Long have I indulged myself in the salutary delusion that my passion was extinguished. The delusion is now vanished when it can be no longer useful. You imagine me cured of my love. I thought so too. Let us thank heaven that the deception hath lasted as long as it could be of service to us. In vain, alas! I endeavored to stifle that passion which inspired me with life. It was impossible. It was interwoven with my heartstrings. It now expands itself when it is no longer to be dreaded. It supports me now my strength fails me. It cheers my soul even in death. Oh, my friend, I can now make this confession without fear or shame. This involuntary sentiment has been of no prejudice to my virtue. It has never sullied my innocence. I have done my duty in all things which were in my power. If my heart was yours, it was my punishment and not my crime. My virtue is unblemished, and my love has left behind it no remorse. I glory in my past life, but who could have answered for my future years? Perhaps were I to live another day, I should be culpable. What then might I not have been during whole years spent in your company? What dangers have I not run without knowing it? And to how much greater was I going to be exposed? Every trial has indeed been made, but trials may be too often repeated. Have I not lived long enough to be happy and virtuous? In taking me hence, heaven deprives me of nothing which I ought to regret. I go, my friend, at a most favorable moment. Satisfied with you and myself, I depart in peace. I foresee, I feel your affliction. I know too well you will be left to mourn. The thoughts of your sorrow cause my greatest uneasiness, but reflect on the consolation I leave with you. The obligations left you to discharge on the part of her who was so dear to you ought to make it your duty to take care of yourself for her sake. You are left in charge with her better half. You will lose no more of Eloisa than you have long been deprived of. Her better part remains with you. Come and join her family, in the midst of whom Eloisa's heart will still be found. Let every one that was dear to her unite to give her a new being. Your business, your pleasures, your friendship shall be her own work. The bonds of your union shall give her new life, nor will she totally expire, but with the last of her friends. Think there remains for you another Eloisa, and forget not what you owe her. You are both going to lose the half of yourselves. Unite therefore to preserve the other. The only method that remains for you to survive me is to supply my place in my family and with my children. Oh, that I could but invent still stronger bonds to unite those who are so dear to me. But reflect how much you are indebted to each other, and let that reflection strengthen your mutual attachment. Your former objections against entering into such an engagement will now become arguments for it. How can either of you ever speak of me without melting into tenderness? No, Eloisa and Clara shall for the future be so united together in your thoughts that it shall not be in the power of your heart to separate them. Hers will share in everything yours has felt for her friend. She will become both the confidant and object of your passion. You will be happy in the enjoyment of that Eloisa who survives. Without being unfaithful to her, you shall have lost. And after so many disappointments and misfortunes, shall, before the age of life and love is past, burn with a lawful flame, and possess the happiness of an innocent passion. Secured by this chaste union, you will be at liberty to employ your thoughts entirely on the discharge of those duties which I have recommended, after which you need never be at a loss to account for the good you have done on earth. You know there exists also a man worthy of an honor, to which he durst not aspire. You know him to have been your deliverer, as well as the husband of your friend. Left alone, without connections in this life, without expectations from futurity, without joy, without comfort, without hope, he will soon be the most unfortunate of men. You owe to him the same pains he has taken with you, and you know the way to render them successful. Remember the instructions of my former letter. Pass your days with him. Let no one that loved me forsake him. As he restored your taste for virtue, so show him the object and the value of it. Be you truly a Christian, to engage him to be one too, the success of the attempt is more probable than perhaps you imagine. He has done his duty, I will do mine, and you must hereafter do yours. God is just, and my confidence in him will not deceive me. I have but a word or two more to say, concerning my children. I know the trouble their education will cost you, but at the same time I know you will not repine. In the most fatiguing moments of such employment, reflect that they are the children of Eloisa, and everything will be easy. Mr. Walmer will put into your hands the remarks I have made on your essay and on the character of my two sons. They are, however, unfinished, and I leave them to you, not as rules for your conduct, but submit them as hints to your judgment. Strive not to make my children scholars, but benevolent and honest men. Speak to them sometimes of their mother. You know how dear they were to her. Tell Marcellin, I die willingly as I saved his life. Tell his brother, it was for him I could have wished to live. Tell there, but I find myself fatigued, I must put an end to this letter. In leaving my children with you, I part with you with less regret, for in them I still continue with you. Farewell, my dear friend, once more farewell. My life ends, alas, as it begun. Perhaps I have said too much at a time when the heart disguises nothing. Why should I be afraid to express all I feel? It is no longer I that speak. I am already in the arms of death. Before you read this letter, the worms will be preying on the features of your friend and will take possession of a heart where your image will be found no more. But can my soul exist without you? Without you, what happiness can I enjoy? No, we will not part. I go but to expect you. That virtue, which separated us on earth, will unite us forever in the mansions of the blessed. I die in that peaceful hope, too happy to purchase, at the expense of my life, the privilege of loving you without a crime and of telling you so once more. Letter CLZI, from Mrs. Orb. I am glad to hear that you begin to be so well recovered as to give us hopes of seeing you soon here. You must, my friend, endeavor to get the better of your weakness and try to pass the mountains before the winter prevents you. The air of this country will agree with you. You will see here nothing but sorrow, and perhaps our common affliction will be the means of soothing yours. Mine stands greatly in need of your assistance, for I can neither weep nor speak nor make myself understood. Mr. Walmer indeed understands me, but he makes me no answer. The affliction of an unfortunate father also is buried within himself, nor can anything be conceived more cruelly tormenting. He neither hears, sees, nor understands anything. Age has no vent for its griefs. My children affect me without knowing how to be affected themselves. I am solitary in the midst of company, a mournful silence prevails around me, and in the stupidity of my affliction, I speak to nobody, having but just life enough in me to feel the horrors of death. Oh, come, you who partake of my loss, come and partake of my griefs. Come cherish my heart with your sorrow. This is the only consolation I can hope for, the only pleasure I can taste. But before you arrive, and inform me of your intentions relative to a project which I know has been mentioned to you, it is proper I should inform you first of mine. I am frank and ingenuous, and therefore will dissemble nothing. That I have loved you I confess. Nay, perhaps I love you still, and shall always do so, but this I know not, nor desire to know. I am not ignorant that it is suspected, which I do not concern myself about. But what I have to say, and what you ought to observe, is this: that a man who was beloved by Eloisa, and could resolve to marry another woman, would, in my opinion, be so base and unworthy a creature, that I should think it a dishonor to call such a one my friend. And with respect to myself, I protest to you that the man, whoever he be, that shall presume to talk of love hereafter to me, shall never have a second opportunity as long as he lives. Think then only on the employment that awaits you, on the duties imposed on you, and on her to whom you engage to discharge them. Her children are growing up apace, her father is insensibly wasting, her husband is in continual agitation of mind. In vain he strives to think her annihilated, his heart rebels against his reason. He speaks of her, he speaks to her, and sighs. Methinks I see already the repeated wishes of Eloisa half accomplished, and that you may put a finishing hand to so great a work. What a motive is here to induce both you and Lord B to repair hither. It is becoming his noble mind that our misfortunes have not made him change his resolution. Come then, dear and respectable friends, come and rejoin all that is left of Eloisa. Let us assemble all that was dear to her. Let her spirit animate us, let her heart unite ours. Let us live continually under her eye. I take a delight in conceiving that her amiable and susceptible spirit will leave its peaceful mansions to revisit ours, that it will take a pleasure in seeing its friends imitate her virtues, in hearing herself honored by their acknowledgments, in seeing them kiss her tomb and sigh at the repetition of her name. No, she has not yet forsaken these haunts which she used to make so delightful. They are still full of her. I see her in every object, I perceive her at every step, every hour of the day I hear her well-known voice. It was here she lived, here died, and here repose her ashes as I go, twice a week, to the church. I cast my eye on the sad, revered spot, O beauty. Is such thy last asylum, sincerity, friendship, virtue, pleasure, innocence? All lie buried in her grave. I feel myself drawn, as it were involuntarily, to her tomb. I shudder. As I approach, I dread to violate the hallowed earth. I imagine that I feel it shake and tremble under my feet, that I hear a plaintive voice call me from the hollow tomb. Clara, where art thou? Clara, why dost thou not come to thy friend? Alas! Her grave hath yet but half her ashes. It is impatient for the remainder of its prey. Yet a little while, and it shall be satisfied. Venice,